What's up, everybody? Welcome to my first ever long form video. I'm super excited to have you guys here. I am super excited of what we're going to be doing today. And what are we building today? Well, glad you asked. None other than LaravelOnline.com. Laravel Online is going to be the home for all of you Laravelians that want to continue the conversation after the camera stopped rolling on YouTube. We're going to have courses, we're going to have articles, all of the news on whatever's going on with the site and this whole community. It's all going to be posted there, and I'm super excited not just to show it to you, but to have you build it alongside with me. Now, what's the stack? Laravel 10, Tailwind CSS, the Golden Child Filament version 3 from scratch. Are we going to add an open AI integration? I don't know. Are we going to generate blog images with Midjourney? I don't know, man. You're going to have to stick around and find out. I do know that going through the process is going to greatly enhance your skill set and make you that much more hireable. As an aside, this video does pick up right where I left off on a live stream I did last weekend. Go ahead and check that out if you haven't seen it yet. The link is flying around my head someplace. So, without further ado, let's hit it. So, I was looking and thinking about this author, and I think that I had like an author, create author, where is it? Create authors table. And I was thinking like, yeah, we're going to have authors, and they're going to have a user ID and a bio. I guess this is fine to all be here because we can have different kind of, and this is where things kind of get a little bit like gray areas, right? So we're going to definitely have permissions and roles in the system. Is an author simply a user that has a role or has permission to do X, Y, and Z? Or is an author like an entirely different thing? Maybe it's both. I'm not sure. So what we're going to do for now, we're going to say that users can be an author as far as can have one author. The relationship, it's going to be a has one relationship, so that they're linked so that you can see the user. Man, I'm still thinking against this though. I think all users could have a bio and links, and then simply I think we're going to do that. I think we'll add this if we need to, but for now, let's delete it. I think, and just follow me along with this for a little bit, because it may not make sense immediately, but we'll delete the create authors table, and we're going to articles are not going, we're going to get rid of the author model completely. So we're going to use user instead. Make sure we got everything here. Articles right. Yep, articles will belong to a user, right? And then let's remove that model. So app models author. We're going to get rid of this for now. Now we are going to be using, let's see here, Spotsy, Laravel permissions. You know what we can do is put these side by side. I've got a nice little app for this. Cool. So let's look up Spotsy permissions. I use this on like every app that I build. And let's go with installation. For those that don't know, which I would be surprised about, but it's possible, Laravel roles and permissions is Spotsy's Laravel roles and permissions. I mean, honestly, it's not a very difficult concept to have or to build yourself, but it's already done for you with this. But it's a really nice, easy way to link up permissions and roles to users, and all of it's just kind of, it's a really nice, intuitive API as far as like how to assign a role to somebody, or give a role of permission or permissions directly to people. So here's a great example. Here's creating a role called writer, and then that role, well, it's creating a permission called edit articles, And we'll get into like policies and all that stuff too, as far as like who can, like, you don't want people to be able to edit other people's articles, obviously, right? So let's shrink this down just a bit, and let's go ahead and create our factories, and we can start getting into some tests and etc. And let me just make sure really quick that we've got Livewire installed. We do, and we're also going to use, for the backend, we're going to use, and I haven't done this yet. I haven't made we're going to use Filament PHP, which is amazing. And I have not used Filament 3 on an app yet. I have used Filament 2. I've got 2 apps in production using Filament 2 right now. So I love Filament, and I'm kind of excited to use this for here. So this will be like, we'll be able to have different panels, right? That's the whole thing with Filament. Panels are different login types. So you can create an entire role for authors, and when they log in, they have a completely separate panel or dashboard for authors. Whereas I or any other admins would have a different dashboard for that. But none of that really is the front end facing of the site, so that new users come into the site, they don't see all that stuff, right? So yeah, let's go ahead, and probably have to read through the docs here a little bit, but we're not gonna play with Filament yet. We'll get to that in a little bit. Let's see what the problem is here. I wonder if it's my PHP version. Let me increase this real quick. Oh, okay. So I installed Livewire. It requires a different version of Livewire. So let's uninstall Composer, remove Livewire. And I think this will actually install Livewire for us. So if we just install Filament this way, that should take care of it all for us. Installing Livewire. Yeah, this is going to work. Great. So we'll get to this installation stuff here in a little bit, but I just want to make a couple tests for now, just for the logic for users having, they're able to be author and I keep going into these like trains of thought here on my own. What I'm thinking right now is that I don't normally TDD, test-driven development. I don't normally start things that way. And I'm doing this in public to show everybody how to kind of do something. And I'm about to go down a road that I don't normally take. I usually just start building things and write some tests after, just to make sure things kind of work. And that's, like, for me, counterintuitive a little bit. I like to see the app. I like to say, look, here's a login, and the guy can go in and create an article and can add some Markdown, and there's a nice thing there. And it's like, do you really need to add so many tests for that? Yes, you do, because the site will begin to grow, and you'll have other things that can conflict with that, and it can get to where things can break. And so I always end up putting tests in after the fact. So it's hard for me a little bit to go through the process of starting with something that I've for 12 years not done this way, and to make a whole video on how to do something that I don't normally do. And I think that I'm going to build it the way that I just normally would build it, right? Not try to be something that I'm not. And there's probably, honestly, good reasons to not actually put the test first in some cases. I don't know if there's really an argument about this online in the world anywhere. I think everybody has kind of just voted for test-driven development, but I do have an argument that we can get things kind of going and seeing things in the app and kind of fail our way through things and write tests around that, because I don't even know, again, what it's going to look like, how it's going to behave. I just know some of these basic structures of an article and an author or a user and categories, etc. So let's go ahead and just start building this. Yeah. So we have the welcome page, and what we'd like here is a welcome page that's got a list of articles, right? That don't exist yet. And I don't even know, we didn't even like migrate the database, I don't think. Let's make sure this works. Laravel online, locally. Yeah, we did it locally. We just didn't, I did migrate, but not recently, not with the new migration. So cool. All right. Let's go ahead and go into user and just make sure. I'm taking a look here to see, yeah, so I have like this author, which we won't need that anymore. Categories, we can say that article will belong to a user. We can call them an author though. And user. And then back on user can have many articles, so we'll put that. By the way, not everything has to be a lesson, right? PUBF tab on the PHP Storm will set up a public factory. There's some other ones too, I think. Yeah, we'll do a private function. But I've gotten used to doing this over the years. A lot of little shortcuts built into PHP Storm. I love PHP Storm. This is going to be articles and return this has many articles. And we'll make sure that this returns has many. Cool. All right. Next, we are going to, I think that's all the migrations and the models that we need set up for now. Let's go ahead and migrate. Take you through those actually real quick, just so you see. Articles belong to a user. They have a title. They have a body, which is long text, and publish that, which is nullable, and for date time. And I think we did decide that we wanted a status. Now, here's another thing. We're going to default this to draft. Here's another thing, is that like we can now do like enums in MySQL, and an enum will take an array of things that you define here on the database, and that way things can only be of type enum, or of one of these. So we could do like draft allowed. Interesting. It's just a, let's actually look at this real quick. The column and then the name. All right, so the column would be status, I see. Duh. And then you would add an array of draft published What else could a blog be? Typical blog article statuses. Post status. So these are posts in WordPress, draft, published, and there's a range of statuses. So that could be like scheduled, right? And that's probably something we should add for sure. Trash. So that's like a deleted at. So we should do like deletable. Pending a review. That's interesting. Private. Okay. Yeah, these are, I don't know about auto draft. We're not going to do that, at least not yet. Inherited, assigns to an item, takes status to the parent. So I do want to do stuff like this though. I would love to have a pending review. So the goal here, from the way that I see things, is people can be approved to be an author. They can write articles for the site. They can log in. And once they log in, they can see all of the articles they've created. They can create new articles. They can assign categories to those articles. They can request new categories, maybe, something like that. But I think at some point, they will want to be done with it and say it's ready to go. But I want to be the one to kind of approve these before they go public. So I would like a pending review and a scheduled and also a private. I think something else that we forgot here is a slug. We definitely need a slug. We'll make this nullable. So that's the URL friendly version of the title typically. Yeah, because we don't want to put the ID in the yeah, that's not good. Not good SEO. And there might be some other things, like actually for SEO, there might be some meta like description and tags. I think we should do this actually. Table, we'll do this as a string for a like a meta description. And a meta now that I'm thinking about it, there probably would be a at least a like featured image URL, right? So meta description and meta tags. So let's see, all these pages have this stuff. That's funny. All right, so title, description, the URL, the site name, published time, modified time, image, author, all that stuff we can do. We have everything. We have access to everything else, I think. But it's interesting that I don't see like tags. Is that just the description nowadays? I'm not SEO. I don't do SEO very much. So maybe we don't need the tags, just the description, and the rest we can derive from the rest of the items that we have on the site, on the page. I think we're gonna roll with this for now. Let me take a look over. Yeah, this is kind of interesting, right? Now you can update these in the future. You can add more, you can change them. It's a little bit tricky, but you can do it. We're going to default everything to draft. It can have a published. I think we do want like a date time for scheduled. Scheduled for. So something is scheduled, and it'd be really great to do like a cron that's going through and checking at, is this supposed to be launched? And so anything that is scheduled for and does not have a published status, that can be a query. And once a minute or once an hour or something, we go through and see if there's anything that meets that criteria, and then change it to published and update the publish that time. I think that's a good way to go for this. All right, so we have articles, we have categories, and categories are it's just a name, right? I did want to add the featured image URL. So it's string featured image URL. And should category have a featured image URL? I think it should, actually. Let's try it. We'll make it nullable. Featured image URL. Nullable. It'd be kind of fun to play with this stuff in Filament 3. All right, and then the article category relationship here. So this is just associating. We did decide that it could be a many-to-many relationship. So many articles could have many categories, and categories can belong to many articles. I know that sounds a little counterintuitive. Our thinking was that the first, or the primary category on an article will display in certain places. This is kind of coming from the Laravel News website, which we can take a look at, where you have it says news here, tutorials. I don't remember. Yeah, so see filed in. It's kind of interesting, right? So news and pest PHP. And then these have their own, they call them tags. You can call it tags. I wonder if they called the thing on the top tags too then. That's a category of news. So they have category and tags. I wonder if there's a need for both of those. So it's a single category, but many tags. But then you're tagging things the same thing as the category. I wonder if there's a category. This might be an accidental page. So these are all the categories, it looks like. I think. These are all categories, okay. And then tag. So, okay. I think, and that is the traditional way to do things. There's one category that something belongs to, but they can have many tags. So let's add these in here. And they don't have images, do they? They don't. No image. And that could be hard to kind of keep up with too, or expensive or time consuming. Maybe categories. Well, let's check the category actually. Do any categories have? They don't. Nope. Okay. So great. We're going to go ahead and move forward with that route. So this is not going to be article category. This is going to be article tag, which doesn't exist yet. We're going to make a model tag and migration and a factory for it. Cool. So here is, this actually doesn't need to exist. It shouldn't be create article category. It should be create. Let's rename this. Reformat. No, where is it? Refactor, rename. This is create article tag table. And then articles will have a category ID. So they will just have one category. And we'll make this nullable to start, because when you first create a category or an article, you might not assign it a category yet. All right, and then categories will just have a name. And we're going to take this off for now. We can always add it in later, but I think just a name. I think a name and a slug, actually. We'll make this nullable. And the category, the tags table is going to be like identical to this. The only difference is that this will have a many-to-many relationship. So this will be a has one or belongs to. And then category, instead of has many articles, that's fine. And then we'll go to the tag and we can copy a lot of this stuff. Yep. So ID is guarded and it has many articles, and an article, it would be has many, yep, has many tags. And we'll make sure that this is returning the has many. Cool. I say cool a lot, I'm sorry. All right, now we are ready to migrate. PA migrate. Done. Now, I think we can just start playing with Filament a little bit. And I think with Filament, we're going to start with like an admin dashboard, and that's going to have full capabilities, right? So it can be creating categories and all that stuff. And then we'll make another panel for authors or users with the role author, and that all the roles and permissions actually can be defined from that side too, from within the admin, panel. So we're definitely going to need the Filament docs up because I have not used, like I said, version 3 yet. All right, so we're definitely going to want an admin panel provider. So let's run the install for panels. What? That was very strange. I'm not entirely sure what that problem was. I'm going to keep rolling with it though, because it looks like it's doing good for us right now. Did you see that though? It said something like the terminal height must be at least 8 lines, but it's currently 7. I was in presentation mode, and I'm going to go back to that so that you guys can read this stuff. So I went out of it. I exited presentation mode, and it worked just fine. So view, appearance, presentation mode. Very, very, very strange. All right. And I think additionally what I'm going to do is just keep this, keep everything like full screen for the browser, and then just swipe back and forth with my magic mouse. All right, so now that we've got that, there's an admin panel provider. Okay. And this is like admin, ID, path. All right, so it's got all sorts of cool stuff. And for now, I think the colors that we're going to go with, let's see what they have available here. I think fuchsia, maybe like a magenta. Let's go with lime for now. See how that looks. And let's just like refresh the page. See if that did anything for us. It really didn't. And I think that, all right, so if we go to admin, I'm starting to question if we want Jetstream installed. I don't think we do, but let's not worry about that right now. We can rip it out afterwards. All right, so no, that's fine. All right, create a user. I'm going to, instead of having it down here, you guys, I'm going to put, I'm going to bring terminal up. CD code, and then CD into Laravel Online, and then run our line here. Name is Shane. Shane at laravelonline.com. And secret password. Okay. I do want to use so that we can save it. So Shane at Laravel Online, Laravel, I know I can spell it, .com. Okay. Here we are. Great. So what are we going to need? We're going to want at least a link for like users, roles, permissions, categories, tags, articles, right? Maybe even like a custom one for authors that is users that have the role or permission, probably a role of author. So let's go through this. And there are, man, something that's really awesome about Filament is all of the plugins. So if we go into plugins, like for the user roles and permissions from Spotsy, we can just use one that someone's already built. So roles, Spotsy roles and permissions. This may even install it for us. Okay. Let's see. Let's read through this real quick. Installation usage. Make sure this looks the way that we want it to. It's built on Spotsy. After performing a composer update, publish. All right, so installation. Let's install it. And you know what? I think we're gonna star. Let's go ahead and star. Okay, we'll look at that. We have to publish the migration. Let's get rid of that one so I don't get confused. I can't believe it. I was not using iTerm, actually. Let's close this one so we don't get confused. Okay. And then we can add this in a plugin. So is there already one here? There's not. So let's add a plugin. And we'll import that class. You can publish the config. All right, so let's see if that updated our dashboard at all. And it did. That's exactly what we wanted. So we have roles, we have permissions. Eventually we'll have users in here too. All right, so in your user resource, okay, so we do, all right, actually, do we have a user resource? Let's Command F1, Command 1 on a Mac for PHP Storm to open and hide this menu on the side. I keep hitting 2 instead, which is okay. That does another menu here. All right, so we do not have there's nothing here for filament. So actually let's look at, I feel like I'm getting ahead of myself. I think that we probably should come back and start working on some of this stuff, but we may not need it. Let's see. Let's just glance through it real quick. Creating a user, using other packages. Yep, all those things we want. By default, user models can access Filament locally. However, in production, you must update your user to implement the Filament user contract, ensuring that only correct users can access your panel. Okay, so we'll go to user, and we will add this and import it. And it's red because it's gonna want us to add the method stubs. Can access panel, which is down here. So this will be great because we can make sure that the user that's logged in has a role, right? So right now we're going to just return true. Actually, let's put this to do back. So that we can find it later. But yeah, we can say, look, they have to be an admin or an author or an editor or whatever else we might come up with. You can publish the filament package configuration if needed. We might not need that. We'll see though. Translations, which we're not going to worry about right now. And upgrade guide. Okay. So getting started, we do want to create a resource, and it's going to be for users. Okay. And then in the Spotsy roles and permissions, inside of the form method for the user resource, we can add this. So right now we have a users, and it's not showing anything right now. It should show my name and email, but here now we have a filament directory and a user resource. And on the table, I love filament. We can say for the table, we can this would be a text. What's it called? Column. Make, and that's going to be name. Oops, comma. There's the name, and then one for email. And it said for the form, we can just add this. And we can also add the, for now, and there's some cool tutorials I've seen about when to use the password. Like if you are creating a user from that dashboard, then you want to be able to update the password. If not, then you don't, etc. But I don't think we're going to handle that right now. We'll just rely on the password resets that come with, at least for now, Jetstream. So we have a text input. Yep. Make for name, and that's required. And one for email, that's required, and it is an email. So that's a validation. So now we have the email here. We can add more things to it, but if we click edit, so we have to add, that's great. So on our user, we need to add the has roles, which was actually in the instructions. We just didn't do it. Has roles, which is this Spotsy trait. And we don't have this permissions table yet because we installed the package, but we did not run the migrations. PA migrate. Now can refresh and we're good to go. So I, right off the bat, I love this, but I want it laid out differently. I think that it should just be like in a nice little card, and it should be a, maybe not 2 columns wide, maybe everything's stacked. So inside of, there might even be some new things that we can do with Filament 3. Let's take a look at that in a second. So in the user resource in the form, so you can do things like card. Ooh, see, they got rid of that. Card, make, and then this was, oh, interesting. So I wonder what they have now instead. Let's just go look at their docs. We go to form and go to layout. So we got a grid. There's field sets, which we had before, and those are nice. I don't think we need it right now. Tabs, wizards, sections, placeholder on a form. Oh, just some data maybe? That's interesting. And you can render some HTML inside there too. Okay. But I think what I want is grid. So there's a responsive grid layout. Okay. And a grid component. So let's see. That doesn't make sense to me. For some reason, I think it should just be grid, right? That takes an array of the columns. Let's see what this looks like. Of course. Okay. So I guess it starts out with this. All right. Okay. All right. So that's inside of make, right? All right. So make, and then we have these columns, which I guess are not really necessary. And then we have a schema. This goes in the schema. This can get deleted. I think this takes an array. Let's see what this looks like. So, not what we want. So small, I think we want 1. Oh, that's why. Oh, okay. I really just want 1, at least for now. Let's just make it 1. There we go. I don't know why. Like, all right. So I guess they got rid of the card. The card I thought was nice because it gave it a nice background. But man, I'd be kind of shocked that they did that. Those are in tabs. Well, for now, see, these are tabs. And maybe we'll end up with something like that if we have more items attached to users. I do know that we will actually want, we'll probably have something here. I'm sorry, we'll probably have a, we'll probably have some sort of like for each role that they might have to list them out. So it's a little bit weird. You can't just say like show the roles because it's not going to comma separate them for you automatically. It's an array. It will turn an array or a collection. So we have edit, delete, create, all that stuff. We definitely want some things to be searchable. So on the table, both of these would be searchable. Okay. That's going to add our little search up here, which I'm the only one in here, so not much going on with that. All right, so I cannot add a role to myself because I don't have any roles. So we should be able to go into roles and create a new role called admin. It's going to be web for now, at least, and admin can do everything. So we're not going to do any permissions yet. And then we're going to add another role for author. Okay. Now we can go back to my user and we can select admin for my role. And we also want to see like all my articles here. So inside Filament, there is a relationship. Not even sure what this is. The info list. So much to do here. It's going to be fun. All right, so let's go with let's make a new user. Make a Filament user. This is going to be Betty Sue. Betty at articles rs.com and whatever password. Okay. And now we should have Betty Sue. We're going to make her an author. I do want to see if there's a relation manager. That's it. It is in panels. Okay, so this is cool. First, actually, what we want is we have users, and we'll update the icon there in a moment, but let's make another resource for articles. Okay. Actually, we'll do the easy ones first. We'll do category and tags. All right, so we're going to make a new resource called is it singular or plural? user. All right, so it's tag and category. And if we refresh, we have them all here. We can play with the order of these. For now, I'm not too concerned. We'll update some of that stuff in a little bit. But tags and categories, both of these just have a name, and then they can be assigned to articles. So let's go ahead and do articles too, actually. Cool. All right. I feel like we're getting something going here. So we have tag, and that's going to be a text input make called name, and that's required. That's really it. And then the columns is going to be text column make name. I always do that. And then I would love to see, like, there's a way to do like how many articles are using it. So there is like a counts. So if we go to table, there's like relationship counting, summaries. Oh, that's cool. Average and range. That's so great. But that's what we want. Count. Great. So fun. I'm telling you guys. It's so fun. But there's like a count, not in summaries. Counting relationships. This is it. That's it. So this is articles count, and it counts articles. We're going to remember this. All this is going to be the same for categories. So we'll just copy and paste. Cool. So there are no tags. So let's add a tag. So we're going to do like blade. Create and create another one. Let's do another one called Laravel. These are just tags. It's called Livewire. And actually we can go into Laravel News. We're in tags, I think, right? Blade, Sublime, PHP Storm. Cool. Aha. Cool. So we broke it. Let's see if this works. News, podcast, tutorials. All right, just a few here. Yeah, this one's fine. Okay. That works. This doesn't, because the reason this doesn't work is because it's looking for it belongs to when it's counting, but I'm sure I might have to come back to this one and come up with like a custom. Let's take a look. Actually, I think for many to many, it's a we might have the wrong relationship. So let's go do tag. It might be belongs to and belongs to. Many to many, but it's not polymorphic. Belongs to many. I think it belongs to many on both sides. See if that does anything for us. Article tag ID. That actually should work. Should be. Did I call the table wrong? Let's check that migration. Article tag ID. Let's check the database. Oh, I didn't change this to. All right, so let's I don't want to get rid of all of our data just to make it easier. What you can do, so a little backdoor. So I could do PHP artisan migrate rollback or migrate fresh, etc. That's going to drop all the data, the names, the users that I've already created, some of the tags. I don't want to do that. What I want to do is just do the one article tag table. So what I'm going to do is delete that table out of the database and then go into my migrations. And where it says create article tag table, I'm going to delete that as well. I'm going to make my change to wrong thing. This is going to be tag. And then close this one because that's not what we're working on. Go to iTerm. Let's migrate. And refresh. And now we're good. Perfect. It's exactly what we wanted. Cool. So articles, this is where it's going to start getting really fun, I think. One of the things that Filament was kind of boasting before was like how to, that's great, was how to, yeah, they were using like a blog as a template. So this is something that should be pretty fun. Not as a template. I'm explaining things wrong. I'm reading instead of talking to you guys. I've seen a lot of media for Filament 3 that is displaying and talking about using Filament 3 for blog posts for the exact same type of site that we're building. So I think there's going to be some great tooling for that specifically. All right, so I mean, this is kind of what we're looking for. We want the name, the slug, and like a sidebar. And that's really what I'd like to see as a sidebar. Kind of WordPress-ish, but not exactly. So let's go to, I want to see like not a page. I'm trying to look for like a layout. I guess that is a form inside of the layout for the form. Advanced forms. Mm-hmm. So the reactivity is really cool, and we'll probably play with that reactivity. And so Livewire is reactive. Well, at least version 2 was reactive by default, but now they've made things so that they're not entirely reactive by default. You have to add the .live to like an input. So if I have an input and I wire model, and it's called user's name, right? And then I have just echoing out user's name, and I type into that, it will not just like update that div, that paragraph. That was the default, but it made a lot of requests back and forth to the back end of the server to update that HTML, etc. And it wasn't really used all that much. So actually the default should be not to update that, but if you really want it, make it like that. Reactivity in Filament is kind of like that. It makes things like you say this field is reactive. So when it changes, we're going to broadcast an event with this field. And then on other fields, you can listen for that. When it changes, when that thing changes, if it equals XYZ, then XYZ, then make this disabled or whatever you want to do with it. So it's not what we're looking for right now, but it will be. Field updates, field lifecycle, reactive forms, cookbook. That's all going to be, we're definitely going to dig into that for sure. So advanced forms, I think that we're just really still looking at, let's check out section. Okay. Okay. So that's nice. That's like a nice little area. Okay. So this is probably something that we would like. But I do want to see, first of all, you should look for plugins. Always look at plugins. I could make a whole video about looking for plugins or looking at plugins because there's so many cool things here. A full screen preview modal to your panel pages. Show me an example. Oh, that's cool. Huh. Cool. So many things. Icon picker. Also cool. Analytics. That'd be great to add for our users. Maybe. So many things. So many things. And if you refresh the page, it's going to give you a random list of other things. Well, it used to. Maybe not. Oh, it's going by newest. Popular. A media manager. I'd love to. We might even do this. Tie some AI image generation. I've been playing with some recently, but tying some AI image generation into this. Laravel backups with Spotsy. Impersonation for the users. Google Maps. Don't really need that for this site, probably. All right, so articles. New article. The article, for now, the article resource, the table, we can just do like the title. And like publish that or something. At some point we can do, this is the date time. At some point we could do like whenever the page is loaded, we can kind of keep our own analytics on it and display the count of how many times it's viewed. Maybe. All right, but the form is where it's going to get kind of cool. So we have a section. Forms. All right, this is going to be like, write your article. Maybe some rules here. So all articles must our criteria must be approved before they can be scheduled for publication. And there'll be more there, but whatever. So let's do a text input, the title. The slug is going to be very different. There will be rules around the slug. The slug, we don't want people to be able to edit the slug. It should be generated from the title. At least for authors. Then we're going to have a markdown. For the body. And this is going to be full. Let's see what this looks like. So cool. The only thing is I really do want like 1/3 of the page to have like some meta, like some, well, meta would be another thing completely, but to have actually title and slug should be, would this be in a grid? Or do we do columns 2 here? Yeah. And I wonder if we do like a grid make so columns is going to be 3 and this is going to the first section is going to let's see what this nothing. So let's do a little Google search here. So filament 3 sidebar. Let's look through this real quick. Laravel Daily. Hey, buddy. Oh, is he using the plugin? What's the end result? I've done it before without that. No. None of these things. I want the sidebar on the other side. But not like that. All right, so let's see. What happens if I put this in twice? And I refresh the right page. No, I don't want them laid out like that. Let's see. No. Dashboard. These aren't widgets. Nope, not what I'm looking for. So, I mean, I think this is a great example. Is on the homepage of Filament. Or was it back there? Actually, it's not. Okay, well, let's just add it. For now, we can deal with that later. All right, so what we're gonna want is like another section here for meta. Not sure if it needs a description yet. It's going to have, let's look at the migration or what it created. All right, so definitely need the user, right? So title, slug, the featured image is going to be in the meta description, some of this other stuff too. That might be at the top, like published status. Published status, that should be at the top. Publish that and scheduled for. Okay. And the status is actually a select. And there's a really cool, I saw a cool tutorial that you can actually pull from, you can have an enum. We can play with that. For now, I'm going to just create an array. And this is going to just pull from this for now. And let's make status. This is going to be full. That's great. And then we want, actually, this doesn't need to be that because we want the user. We'll also have like categories or category and tags to choose from. Multi-select. So we're actually going to do, this is going to be the user. So text. Is this text input? I think it's actually a select also. No, it's going to be author.name. So this would not be, I guess I could create one. This is for the author. So we want this to be user. There's a way to query all users with a certain role. Right here. And it's role author get, and then it's pluck, I think, name ID. Oh, we want, right, okay, so the relationship is author and we're gonna display their name. That's what that is. This is, and we're just gonna call this author. Okay, so now we can say Betty Sue. However, that didn't actually work because I don't have that. Right, so we want to return, I'll have to look into that, how to filter that out. Actually, let's look at it now. Relationship. Creating a relation manager, accessing the relation owner. Form. Checklist to select. Name, title attribute. Well, for now, I'm actually okay with it because this is just going to be for me to see or on the admin side. So we do want to like preload and make it searchable. And that way, it's a little bit nicer when you have a lot of users. So you can just start typing. You can search for it. Also, this can be, we can do this. Yeah. Just give it a nicer, nicer UI. Now, if it's something is private, there will be a password for it. So we can actually make this reactive and then have another field shown that it will check for this the status column, and if it equals private, then it'll say, all right, what's the password for that? And then we can wire that up for that route to check. That'll have a middleware of private, right? So all right, write your article title, the slug. I bet there's probably, plugin for slugs? Nope. Interesting. Okay. So for meta, down here, all right, we said we're going to have the image, actually we can do the category. All right, so let's do we'll do select, make category, and this is going to be relationship, category, name. Should work. Articles don't have categories. What do we do there? Category. It's not. It is category singular. Great. And tags. Now this is going to be is it just select and then you say multiple? Not done a multi-select in Filament before. Should be fun, especially on a relationship. Oh, cool. Looks like it worked. Let's preload and searchable. Great. Oh, that's not. Oh, I guess because you can do like that. They can be multiple. Okay, that's why. If they were not preload, then we wouldn't have shown those. So, okay, I get it. That makes sense. And then we'll have the meta, which is going to be, we're going to have the featured image, the meta description, and that's it. So meta description. Probably could, well, no, we'll do a text area for meta description. How about I spell things right? We're going to make this full. And then let's check out the image input. File upload. We will have to configure all this. I use S3. Locally I won't, but I will have to play with it. We'll play with this. Image editor. Aspect ratio is built in. That's lovely, lovely, lovely. Fill color. Wow, this is great. We probably want this. I love building news sites because at first it's like, let's go shopping, right? Let's just go find a bunch of awesome stuff that we can use. It's so fun. Let's see what this looks like without it first. We can do these side by side, I suppose, for now. Cool. What will fail? User ID doesn't have a default value, so it didn't pull that, which is strange. So an article belongs to a user, but it should be author. Maybe it's trying to set that as an author ID. Let's do user, see if that's why. Oh, I think that's, no, oh, it should have. I'm gonna have to look into that. All right, so now it'll do it, right? We'll come back to this. All right, let's see if we can figure this one out. We're trying to insert. Looks like we're not even trying to insert the user ID. So let's actually, I think that's probably what we need to do. Let's change this to user ID. And let's see if that works. Refresh. Let's make this Betty Sue. Make this a draft. Actually, we're not going to be, not that it really matters. We don't need to focus on that right now. Awesome, new post. I do want this to be like self-updating. We're going to work on that soon. Nice little image. And create. Aha, created. Excellent. So, cool. All right, so let's update this real quick so we can see that it's not yet published, but it is scheduled. So let's add the scheduled for. So I don't like this published at name, so you can change the label to published. And we actually, yeah, we can leave it for the, we can leave that. Let's see. Let's see what this one looks like. think it's just gonna have the. I think it's just gonna be the month, day, year, and probably the date and the time as well. And scheduled. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. So actually, let's change this to like, let's make this for like noon, which is really great, I think. And it'll make it a lot easier once we wire up the cron. So I don't think we need the, man, this just scrolls infinitely. We might not need that. Maybe we publish everything at like noon or something. I don't know if we need the date, the time also, come to think of it. If we change this to just a date input, I think it defaults everything to midnight, and that might just be fine. We can always intercept that and say, look, if we want everything to be published at 9 a.m. Eastern, right, then we can intercept that, add 9 hours to midnight, and just make it all like that. For now, this is okay, though. All right, we'll save those changes. We'll come back here. And really published, if we schedule everything, then the published really just needs to be like a true or false, right? If we schedule everything, which everything probably should be scheduled. I'm going to leave it the way that it is for now. I do want to put the status here, though. And I think we can format state. Let's see. We can return state status, and we can do UC first. Will that work? Nope. So this actually doesn't take anything. Is it this record? I always forget this. I think it's actually, I don't think it's format state. I think it's format state using. Let's just see if it is giving us anything here. X is unresolvable, so no, that's not it. We're going to skip this for now. We can come back to that later. I don't want that to hold us up. So we have our draft. We have the title. We probably should have the author in here. So you can do author.name. Now we changed that function. So this should be author. And let's make sure that this is working. Interesting. Right. So why is it trying to change that? That's interesting. It's like it needs to be. I think though, I think this is why. I think that when you have author here, it's going to look for an author ID on the user class, but you can specify the columns. This is going to just return the ID, and the owner key is user ID. I think that might be right. User, oh, I have them backwards. I usually do that. I think this is right. So now we have the author, and we can call it author, and we can use that function and call it as author. Yes, and that's working perfect. Great. All right, so we have the title, we have the author, when it is published, and when it is scheduled to be published, and the status. So, I don't think it's maybe necessary to show tags and categories here, but it would be nice to have like, well, this is really for the front end. We would have like a categories page and a tags page, and we could click on each tag and see all of the articles that have that tag and all of the categories that have that category, etc. We should also have an author page and obviously the articles page. So we have one article. All right, let's make sure that's working actually. Let's go back in here, and we have Blade and Laravel for the tags. The category, we'll make it news. We'll save that. Let's see if that's updated. Great. And that's updated. I'm not sure why it wasn't showing before, but we should do a relationship manager here, I think. So maybe it's not necessary. I think we would want to maybe have like a filter here though, so that we could see all articles that have a news category, or all articles that have a draft status or published status, etc. So let's check out Filament docs for this. This is on the table and the filter. All right, so I kind of like these badgeable columns with the icons inside of them. We can absolutely add that. That would be great. Yeah, the slug, that's something else we have to work on too. There's a few things here. All right, so that's a filter. I think there's one for options. Select filters. Here we go. All right, so back in our article resource, if we scroll down here to filters, let's import that. And status, so we have, well, let's get our array here. And let's refresh that. So we're not going to see anything. I mean, we don't have more than one, but if we do like status publish or anything else, we're going to see that there's nothing there. But if we go to draft, we should see, and we do. Great. So let's also do the, yeah, I think we can do tags kind of the same way. So this is going to be, let's do categories. Category first, and the options are actually going to be category, all, and we're going to pluck name and ID. Let's see if that works. Let's remove that. Cool. That seems to have worked. A unknown column category. So it's actually a relationship, right? That's what we want. And searchable preload, those are not bad things to have. Nothing with podcasts. News, and there it is. Cool. All right. And let's see if we can get away with tags the same way. I'm not sure if we can actually, because it's that many to many. So tags. Let's see. So that did work. The category is null. So I think we need to default it to something. Really, it should show our article if we don't have any filters applied, right? That's interesting. So let's just do a hard sort of refresh here. That's why we got tags. Is that the relationship? It is. So let's check out a like many-to-many relationship. No, not a ternary filter. And that's something separate. Interesting. So they've added some things here, it seems, from version 2. All right, so this alone. All right, so this is for table filter utility injection. I'm not entirely sure what that is. A table filter utility injection. Interesting. The vast majority of methods used to configure filters accept functions as parameters instead of hard-coded values. Okay. Right. This alone unlocks many customization possibilities. The package is also able to inject many utilities to use inside these functions as parameters. He's up by the shops. By he's almost to the school. We got the cops going by our little neighborhood here. My son just left for school, second day of school. Sounds like I got something going on though. So we don't need to get that deep into this right now. We need to figure out like a, let's see. We can close this down. We can close this down. We can close this down. Let's go to like filament, filter, many to many. It's in a form. Okay. Hmm. So we're not using Spotsy tags, but it looks like we don't need this get with type. We can try this. Let's see. Query with any tags. Don't think we need that. Let's like die and dump this. Okay. So we're getting an array. So query with any tag. So we would actually want, we could do like a where in the values, and this would be name. But I think it's the other way around. Where in name that array values array. Yeah, not right. That's not right. By default, it should be like everything, right? So So you can do like a default, but I think it should default to like everything, right? Interesting. Okay, well. Is it that easy? I'm not sure. So weird. Let's make sure this is working. So this is something that I've noticed before. So I'm sitting here refreshing this page, right? And I'm not seeing the results that I would expect. It's because I'm refreshing with all these filters in the URL. And we don't want that. So let me actually put this back. See if this default will work. I don't even know if you need that actually. And click on articles. And let's take that off. That's exactly what I would expect. All right, so it's defaulting to everything, all statuses and all categories. And we can just select certain categories. And if we close that out, okay. So this is still just articles. So let me see if this tags will work now. Now this should be multiple. All right, so again, let's take this off and let's see. Okay, I think this is working. So this one is Blade and Laravel. So if we take both of those off, does it go away? It does. All right, great. That should not have been as hard as it was, but that's a gotcha, obviously. We'll have to take note of that for later. Cool, so let's work on this slug. What we want is for this to be like disabled and auto-populate, right? Based on whatever we type in here. And I do think there's a string slug feature. That's just going to take the title and turn it into a slug, or take any word you put into it and turn it into a slug. So let's go to, let's say this is reactive and slug is disabled, but it is let's check on the reactive docs. Form, reactive, advanced. Okay, so this is live. That's what we want. When the user changes the status, the value of the status field, the form will re-render. It allows you then to make changes to fields in the form based on new value of the status field. And you can also hook into the field's lifecycle. So that's on blur. We want it. We want it to. It doesn't have to be on blur. All right. So let's change this first to live. We don't need to worry about debouncing. Form component, utility injection. That's kind of nice. So I think we need to look at the docs for hooking into the field's life cycle. Oh, look at this. For an example, learn how to automatically add a slug. All right, so that couldn't have worked out better for us. Let's import set. It would be filament forms. And this is illuminate support string. And okay, let's take a look. All right, so we have the disabledness, right? We can't edit this. And here is another great post tab. That did nothing. All right, so why? Because we forgot to add live. I took that out. That was my bad. All right, refresh. We still have this disabled. Here is, another great post. Perfect. I think we want those to be unique also. And that, does that take, yeah, the table. So this is on the articles slug. So let's see. Let's save this. We're going to create another post with the same title. So let's go to articles, make a new one, center Betty Sue. It doesn't really matter that. None of this matters. So that has the same slug. We're just going to create. And it did create. It did not store a slug for us. Well, that's not right. So let's check the database. Those should be unique. All right, so that didn't update before. Okay. Maybe because I made it disabled. All right, so let's go back to the other one and make sure that we can edit it. But we don't want users to be able to like manually edit it, right? Yeah, all right, so the validation's working there, but if it's disabled, it's actually not saving or storing it. So we do want something to be disabled. Autocomplete, data list, which is interesting. Okay, that's cool. Interesting. That's for testing disabled fields. Disabling the field will prevent it from being saved. If you'd like it to be saved but still not editable, use the dehydrated. Okay, well, then that's what we need. Okay, so let's... All right, so this should not pass validation. And it doesn't. Excellent. Okay, cool. So that's great. Let's set up a single blog page. All right. Okay. So we have these articles and we have the author, and so we can start working a little bit on the front end. Let's go to Tailwind UI just to get some boilerplate. We're going to update stuff as we go along, but let's see. Page examples, landing page. No. Let's start with this. All right, we're going to go to welcome. And we're going to go to so I don't think we need this at all. Actually, I don't think we need like any of this. Okay. And let's start npm run dev. Okay. So what we can do here is from the blog, and then we have this article. And we want to wrap this in a for each. For each. This should be a Livewire component. Always reach for Livewire. So let's make a. This is going to be just like a blog grid, a blog or an article article grid. So let's do PHP artisan Livewire make article grid. And we can say articles equal article limit 3. Get. I always forget which order to do these in. And we want to compact articles into this view. And actually what we want is all of this HTML here. And we can do a couple of ways to do this, but Livewire, articles, okay. That's rendering. That is rendering from our component now. So we can say for each articles as article it's only showing 2 because we only have 2. Okay. So let's start updating some of this information. We do want to make sure that these are published. Let's actually make a scope for published. And this will return nothing right now, technically. Scope published takes the query and return query where not null published at. So this should return nothing. Okay. But if we go into our backend and go to admin, we can set this published at to right now. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? So it's trying to resave it. Huh. Well, it should not, it should ignore its own itself, right? What's going on here? We need deep bounce on that. Okay. Well, we have to fix that because it should ignore itself. So we have 1 here because we made that one. We published it. So let's go to article grid and let's set the date time. So this is the published at article. Publish that, and we want to format it just the day. So FJY. Now that's going to fail because we didn't cast it. Yeah. So let's make sure that the publish that on the article is cast as a date time string. Protected casts that's a date time. Also, the scheduled for is also date time. Refresh. Great. And that looks like a category. Article category. Now we could probably set an attribute. We don't want to have to put string uppercase on all these. Oh, it's the category name. Okay. And that would link to, let's create a route for, they're not going to really do anything yet. We'll get to them, but I don't want it to return error right now. So we're going to do a route get / category / category name. And that's let's just right now return. Let's make a Livewire component. Category page. I think that's okay. Just in the root, I think that's okay. We can do a tag page. We would also have like categories, all categories, right? And all tags, but we don't need to worry about that right now. So let's go to, let's put this Livewire component here. So this is the category page class. And we do the same thing for tag page class. Okay. So back here, we can use our route, a named route. Well, let's add it actually. Category page. And this is the tag page. Okay. This is going to be the title. And we can do a, it's called a forgot to pass the category in. All right, so we don't really want that. We want, so we're storing Markdown. I think there's a Markdown. So Laravel, Markdown. We'll get to that actually when we do the individual page. For now, I want to be able to just pretty nice, actually. Really nice. So if we're going to end up using this, we absolutely will. So let's go ahead and install it. Cool. There's some themes here. We'll get to that. All right. And it looks like we can general usage X Markdown. Now, we're not actually going to put all of the Markdown here. We might not even, Laravel News doesn't do this, and that's probably why, because he is using Markdown. But I do want to take a look at this. Okay, cool. That just spit it out. So it actually rendered the HTML. If we inspect it, we should have like an H2, I think, here. No. Maybe we have to define that someplace. It's weird that it's inside of an H3, actually. It shouldn't be. Oh, that's different. Yeah, an H2 because we have two hashtags or pounds. Cool. All right, so next we can update the we'll end up using Gravatar, and we can have a no, we're not going to use Gravatar. We're going to allow users to upload their own image, I think. So this is going to be the author. Betty Sue, and I don't think we need this. Okay. Next, we're going to need like a single article page. So I do want to see what Laravel News does if it's like /articles. That's kind of what I'm leaning towards. So if we click on one of these, hey, how did that make it to the home page? Why is that on the top? That's like a featured. That's the one I wrote. That's kind of interesting. Why is it here? So it is just the slug. Okay. I can get with that. So this is going to be /article slug. And that will give us the article as long as we put the slug in here. And we're going to need a Livewire make article display. You know what? I've done this before. I don't like it. I forget. Something cool with Livewire. So what I've done accidentally is I wanted these to all be inside of a folder called article, and I put the / going the wrong way. So what I can do is instead of Livewire make, I can say Livewire move, MV, this article display, and I want to move it to article display this way. And And that should move both the component and the blade component as well. Alas, it did not. This might be giving it an error. Yeah. All right, so now that's there, and I can do the same thing with article grid. So I had taken a call here and turned my mic down and did not turn it back up. And I got only like 8 minutes, I think is what it is, of me programming, and you're unable to hear me. So I'll just explain what I'm doing. I had just refactored so that my Livewire components were inside of the article folder directory, and that move had moved them over to well, it had moved to the article directory, but it moved the Livewire component, the class, as well as the view, the blade view. So now I'm just going back in and making sure that the route is set up for the article. And then we are also refactoring everything to a Livewire components as far as the welcome page. So the home/welcome page, it was just basically just regular HTML or blade. But what I'm doing now is going into resources, views, and I'm creating inside of components. We're going to create a layouts directory and then an app.blade.php. By default, Livewire looks here for a layout page. And so we're able to copy basically all of our just our stubbed HTML. So everything that was in welcome, that is just the setup for the page, and place it there. The only thing is inside of your body, you want to make sure that you put $slot, a slot variable. And that will render out anything that Livewire has for the view. Any of the Livewire views will be slotted into this area. And I did a little explaining on, we're going to make this Laravel online for the title. However, we will add in the future, if we want to have like the article title to be the title of the HTML title, as well as like meta descriptions and tags and stuff like that. Images, etc., and that we would get to that at some point in the future. So now I go back into I think this is the welcome. This is we made a home page or home. This is the welcome.blade.php, and since it doesn't have any styling now, I decided to go ahead and make a home Livewire component. So PHP Artisan Livewire make home. And inside of our web.php, we're going to use that instead of this just regular blade view. We'll use this Livewire component, which will include all of our CSS stylings from our layout app.blade.php. So going into the welcome.blade.php, we actually delete that because we're not using it anymore. And what we would rather do is go into the home, and we can just put that block or that grid, the article grid, right here inside of this Livewire component, and everything renders out fine as we would expect. So you can see that the link for the article is actually not rendering anything, and that's for a couple of reasons. One, we didn't change the anchor, so we're going to go ahead and change that over to the article. route. But I forgot to pass the article in. It needs to have reference to that. So we'll just pass the article into the route. So now that should link us over to that article. And you can see in the bottom left there the URL. It's actually now in the search bar at the top. So I was talking about, I like this design maybe a little bit better with the featured images and all that. And we could update to that sometime soon. And then I was looking at some different content pages for the HTML of our actual single article. I really kind of like this, the text, and I wanted to see on Laravel News what mine looked like. This is the article that I had posted a while ago. And it's split in half, and they've got the featured image at the top, just kind of floating there, which looks nice. So let's go into that Livewire article display, and we're going to use our X Markdown that we just installed. We actually can ensure that we have an article every time this component is rendered by adding it here as a public article. And that way we ensure that we've got it when we render out the blade. So X Markdown, and then we want to put the article body here. And we probably will have a place for the title as well, and the tags, etc. But what I wanted to do was get more content than just here it is. So I went over to my GitHub and went to my gists, and I grabbed the raw gist from the native PHP article I created. So we've got quite a bit more content here to work with as far as styling goes. So let's go into edit article. We're going to paste this in. And when I go to save, it actually gives me an error, which is a bug. So we have unique on the slug, but it is not skipping its own slug. So we don't actually want to update it necessarily, except for the first time, or if we update the title, then it would change the slug. We probably should also have a way to lock in, like if the article is published, that nothing is really editable at that point. So I was looking at the different stylings and the different things that it was giving us by default, and that's kind of where we left it. So coming back in, we'll have some more to show you here in a second. All right, my mic's on now, so let's continue. I was looking, the only thing I really had done was looked at some different themes as far as the this Shiki Ducks themes, and I only looked at a couple of these, but they're really nice. You can just grab one and go into our Markdown. There it is, and replace it here and give it a refresh, and that will load that new theme, which is really nice in my opinion. I kind of like this GitHub dark dimmed, but yeah, we'll see how it goes. We'll probably play around with it a little bit. I did look at a little bit into Tailwind's P-Rose classes and was playing around a little bit with the styling. So I'll just show you what I had done here. I was playing around with containers and max width, and then I found some pretty nice, so background white, padding on the top and the sides, MX auto, and a max width 7XL with some extra padding. And then for the actual content, if we add these P-rows, P-row small, and P-rows, these classes here, I think it actually made it look really nice. So I'll go ahead and refresh that. And I think this just is exactly what we're looking for, what I'm looking for, at least as far as the article goes. I think maybe a little bit wider. I think we probably could go, well, we don't need this extra padding, I don't think. Yeah, maybe we do. We just want the width to be a little bit more. Maybe. For now, I'm okay with it. We are going to need to go through and look at like how we're styling all of these out, right? And that goes kind of into a little bit like the theme, the colors for the site. For the time being, I'm thinking a either cyan or like a lime green kind of theme here. And I have to look to see exactly like how to apply Tailwind classes to these. So if we inspect this, it's really just spitting out, I think this is just an H1 with a certain ID. In which case, well, there's two ways that I can see to do this, to apply these classes. And I think I know which one I'm going to actually do. So I want to use Tailwind. I don't want to have to go through and just manually type CSS everywhere. So you can go into, you can just like inline some CSS, right? So I can do style, and I can say all of my H1s have a color of red, for example, right? And that didn't work. It's not text color, is it? I haven't done regular CSS in a long time. Text color, it's not text color. Not important. Not sure why that's not working. There it goes. That's not what we want. That's not what I want to do. I don't want to put all the styles right here, especially doing any important stuff like that. I believe if we go into our resources, CSS, app.css, we can put like, we can do our apply stuff here, and I think it needs to go here. So if we specify that everything inside of a Markdown, which is, I wonder if we can add a class. Article page. Does that show? It does. So we should be able to specify like dot article page dot or H1s inside of that, right? So let's do at apply. At apply. I forget the syntax. Is this it? Text red 600. Nope. So let's take a look at Tailwind, apply. That's it. Apply. Cool. So that's, I think, how we're going to want to do this, because everything is kind of like it's a paragraph, it's an H1, an H2, an H3, it's a link, it's an image. It is the code, I think, is okay, and I think we'll probably look at Torchlight pretty soon. But yeah, let's get rid of that. And let's style this out a little bit. We'll just say like it's a BG Lime 400 rounded LG. And we probably should get more creative with some variables here at some point in case we do want to just change the theme. But and I don't need to go super hyper crazy. And actually, this probably isn't really what we should even be working on right now, to be honest. It's kind of looking okay. There's some other things we have to get to. And I don't think a lime green background is really what I want. Let's just do like text gray 700. I do like playing around with stuff like this, but for the time being, we're going to skip. I do want to make sure that like our links are styled a little bit. So we'll do text blue 500 and underline. And we'll get rid of this one for now. Okay. It's interesting that all those are links. I kind of like this. I kind of like this actually, the black and the blue. It's kind of nice. It does look a little bit like the Laravel daily site though. At least that's similar kind of theme, the blue and the grays and all that. I don't want to copy that color scheme because our sites are going to be somewhat similar as far as content is concerned. All right, so this is okay. Let's add the title. It looks like he stripped out. We can do that too. Let's just do this. He changed my title, and that's okay. Let's scroll to the top. Change this and this. And we shouldn't have the issue with the slug this time. Right. Since the slug changed, the slug changed. We definitely don't want all this here, of course. Okay, cool. Let's look at, do we want to start theming? We do need to bring in some other elements in here. So let's take a look at, I'd like to look at the page itself. We don't have any navigation yet. So let's start with this. Let's look at some heroes. When I look at these heroes, yeah, these are okay. And maybe there's one that has like some blog stuff right in the front. That we can swap out. Nope, doesn't look like it. There's some archived examples. That's interesting. I remember these. So let's just go with this for now, I think. I'll just copy this. And we're going to go to our web.php. And we are going to go to our home page. Actually, this would go inside of our, well, we'll have to split it up. Let's go to our app.blade.php. And we'll have a spot for our slot. So this will be, so here's like all of the navigation stuff. Yep, more navigation. Great. So this is where the content actually is. So let's put slot there and grab this HTML, and we can put this into our home and take a look at this. Okay. So this is our article page. Okay. A little bit better, a little bit. And this is our home page. That's a little bit okay for now. Let's go ahead and start updating some of this stuff. We should have our grid down here. We do. And I do, that's kind of driving me nuts. So let's take let's go to this grid and this. I don't want. That's okay for now. So, excuse me. My slogan presently is changing the way people learn to code. Change your world. I really like the image that I updated to, which I used AI for, believe it or not. Probably you would believe it, but if you go to my YouTube and let's check on my channel. Let's mute that. Really like this this image here. I've got the raw. I'm not sure how that would look in this setting. And actually, let's look at some of these. See if there's anything with like a more full image, full width image. That's a background image. I wonder how that would look. Let's play with this, actually. So let's go to here. No, I'm not expecting that to be. I wonder where they're putting that. Is that absolutely positioned? That. All right, so the header's separate. So let's do this. Yeah. Okay, let's grab this. Okay. And let's go to the home and cool. And then we should not see all that at the top if we go into our single article page, but we are losing that. So we can figure that out. That's not a big. But let's try this with. Just grab this or up Illustrator, render it out, and we'll just plop it in someplace. I want to see what this. I think I want to see what the size of this image is. So they use Unsplash. Okay, we can do something similar, I believe. So let's go into, these are my thumbnails I've been working on. And let's just see, without the text. Let's ungroup that. And let's just save this and see what it looks like here. It's 2048 by 1152. That's probably a good size, right? Code. And this is Laravel Online. And we'll go into the public directory. And we will make a new folder called images. And let's save this as hero. It's a PNG, so we can come back here. We can delete this and make it /images/hero.png. Then let's see if that worked. I really like this. I really like that. Okay, so we can get rid of this funding thing, at least for now. We'll comment it out. And we will make this learn to code. I'm going to use a special. I like this. I'm going to take out, and I think that we should do a break after the word change. And this looks sharp. We can comment out this paragraph here and these buttons, at least for now. I do like it being larger, so we're definitely going to want some more text here. Let's see. Let's go into here. And I've grabbed the description from my YouTube channel. And it's a little bit difficult to read. And it's not my goal. This is our goal for the organization. Okay. The logo at the top I'm going to get rid of for now. So that's in the layout. We still need that div though. This is okay. I think that we probably can get away with it being darker. Additionally, we do want to bring Alpine in because I'm sure on mobile, that's not what I absolutely not what I want, and you can't get rid of it. So let's, I think Alpine ships with with Jetstream. So I think we can just put it here. Nope. So we'll play with that. But let's get our links. For now, these are our links. So we're gonna have articles. I will put some videos, and that might be a totally different kind of article, like a video article. We don't need to write anything about it. It's just a video from YouTube, and we embed it. Eventually, we'll have courses, and I want to look at Laravel Daily site for what else will we want? Newsletter. For now, newsletter. Now, interestingly, we got rid of it, but we had some logic for like showing the login. They were logged in. Something different, but for now, this is okay. So articles, videos, courses, newsletter, login. I would like those to be a different color. Let's experiment a little bit. Let's do like a sky 400, a sky 600, because I want to see this on not just here, but also on these other pages that let's also look at like a I think I did say like a lime 500. I kind of like that lime actually. Kind of goes with this like this jungly sort of feel, which I'll do a video at some point about why I chose this picture and what it means to me. It actually is not just a random sort of image that I brought in. Kind of like this. See what 400 looks like. Maybe that one stands out a little bit different. That one's a little different. Again, let's try like a yellow 700. Start leaning towards like an orange brown. Maybe I'll make that a button. It's like a brown kind of color. It's kind of along that jungle feel. I think these should be bigger though. It will make it text base if you don't do anything to it. And I do want to start playing with some fonts as well. Kind of liking this. Still quite a bit of work to do. Quite a bit, but this is definitely leaning in the right direction for what I was thinking about. So the font that I used here is this Bebas New Regular. So let's see if there's a Google font. Bebas New, is that how you spell it? That is a Google font. Perfect. All right, so it's only in this one. It's only in regular. Okay, so we're definitely going to use this. We don't need to download it. We need to license it. So we're going to use this font for titles, almost only titles. It's probably all that we'll use it for. All right. And let's check Tailwind, use Google font. Right. So we're going to add this. Okay. A special font. I think we want it to be like font sans. All right, so let's do this. We will go to our, I think we're already in it. That's interesting that it's trying to bring in all these weights when it's only got one. But nonetheless, let's go to our Tailwind. So instead of fig tree, it is the other prompt family. Let's take a look at that, because I was playing with something like that recently. This is something else I would like. I do like that one too, but I'm not sure if it's gonna work here. So Bebas new. Let's give this a refresh. Oh, that's great. I like that. So the default sans is going to be the default like everywhere, right? So let's look at Tailwind CSS, and let's look at fonts doc. Font style, because there's like no, it's font family. Yeah, sans, serif, and mono, which is monospace. And so we can say like serif is like the one that we want to use in most places, and then just define that as something else. So I think if we went go serif and call this prompt, which I think I already am importing. That's not going to do anything because we did not. So let's go to app.play.php and let's just put like font serif for everything. Okay, there's font serif like the default, right? But on some of these titles, like I want it's in the home. I want this to be font sans. It's a little bit tight. Tracking tight. That's probably why. And I'd like it to be a little looser, actually. Is it loose? Looser? Tracking loose. Don't think it really did anything. But I'm starting to like this. I'm starting to like this. The font here looks pretty good, I think. I'm liking the colors. We definitely need to incorporate, if we're going to go with this green jungly feature, we need to incorporate it in more places. It'll be a lot. There's going to be a lot of work to really theme this out, right? But I think that's the direction I want to go. The goal behind, or the I guess the picture behind this, and not to go too deep into the picture itself, but Learn to code and change your world. And you see this kid sitting on a suitcase, and it's like he's in the middle of nowhere, but he has tons of potential to move forward. And I think that learning to code will absolutely do that. Learning to code will take you from the middle of nowhere and put you really wherever you want to be. And not just in like financially wise, right? Like you can make a good living with code and learning to code, and it takes some time. You have to do some work, right? But you also can like just build your own world. For example, the website we're building, right? We're imagining what we want this to be like, and we're just putting it together, and that's becoming our reality. So learn to code, change your world, and it's kind of self-proving in a sense. So I definitely want to, this is a little plain Jane for me, but for now, I'm okay with some of this. I'm okay with some of this. I think that it's definitely coming together, it's getting there. But let's keep going. Maybe a link here for like the YouTube. Inspire, empower, teach individuals like your ears, boo. So let's shorten that. And I would like a button to take people to YouTube. Maybe. I think YouTube is actually going to drive people here. So we don't want that. So let's do this instead of indigo. Let's do lime. Maybe a darker lime. I think that's okay. Let's try one shade darker. It's actually, it feels a little more jungle-y to me. Right, that's in the body. It's in the other page. Okay, so, all right. I don't like this title. And actually, let's go back to Tailwind and check out like we will have a newsletter section. Let's take a look at this real quick and see if there's anything in here we'd like to add. No. Excuse me. Contact from the blog. I think this is what I want. Yeah, I want this one. All right, so we can just like swap this out, right? So this article, I think there might be some. Let's see what that gets. Yeah, we definitely will need this. And we can get rid of it. Let's replace this. Okay. So this is our other article, or is it? No, I think that's the other article. All right, so let's replace these things. And we're going to have to see how we're doing this. I want this font to be spaced out a little bit better. I don't know why that tracking didn't work. Font spacing. Tracking. I know it was letter space. I have a new mic coming today that might help. This mic is great. However, it gets in the way of my keyboard. So I've got a shotgun mic coming that will be out of the way completely, just kind of aimed in this direction. Should work. We'll see. Tracking wide. Why didn't that work? Why didn't that work? All right, what page are we on here? Let's go to the home and say, oh, that might be wide. Let's go wider. Well, let's see what widest. Kind of like that, actually. Let's try wider for now. We'll play with it as we go along. I think I would love to get jiggy with that. I have an idea. This is just kind of playing around. So give me a couple minutes here to play, and then I'll get back to work. All right, so when we hover, I want the background BG Lime 700 hover text white hover PY2 hover PX4 and hover rounded LG. I'm not sure how that will. Too much. A little too dark. And then the magic of it all, which is, so what we actually should do is give this like a we actually don't need, we can give it this padding, and that way it's not really gonna do much. It won't change a lot. So and the best part of it is this, you do transition all and then duration like 500. That'll give it like half a second to transition. I do like that, but we do need, oh, where did my, oh, we need this. So PX2 PY1. So that padding's already there. And maybe a shadow. I wonder how that would look with a shadow and a transparent background, actually. Not what I want at all. It's not ideal. It's not everything I would, but it'll work. That all the time, and then that's not going to have to transition. Kind of like this. It's missing something, but I like it so far. All right. I think it actually should. That's kind of a lot better. Anyway, I don't need to get bogged down in that. Let's update this blog section. And then we're going to update we'll make sure the JavaScript's working and all that good stuff. So I think we actually do have Alpine. There's a way to verify that, but let's remove this from the blog. And we're going to just copy them. We've got the date time for the we're going to need the author's photo soon. All right, so here's a link to the category. Is that even displayed here? It is not, but we can add it. We can add that. We don't need it right now. Here is the route to the article. That's the author's name. Okay, and we can get rid of this one. So let's add a few in here. We can go back to articles. Actually, let's, no, it doesn't. And we'll mark this one as published. And we're gonna have to fix this thing because that sucks. And let's do the image here. Okay. All right. I do want to see this featured image. How are we even storing that? It's not. All right. So what we want to definitely need to update that. Let's go back into our. This is on our article resource. So it's an app filament article resource. And inside of the form, we have this meta description and we have a file up. So it's featured image URL. And let's plop it in here. And we will not be able to save because of this bug. And let's see what that gave us. All right, so this is the URL, but it's on the disk that we specify. So I think by default it's the local storage disk. So I think we can get, if we go back into our grid, this image here. So this is going to be the storage. Get. And then the article image URL. Is that going to work? Null given, huh? So let's do this. Echo this out. So this is the image. And let's check inside of our storage. This is our public. Okay, so let's specify disk public. It is not. So let's take a look at the docs. So we've got the file upload. By default, files we uploaded publicly to your storage disk defined in the config file. All right, so this is inside of the filament, right? Which I'm not sure if we published. So let's try filament.php. Nope. All right, so let's publish that file. And let's take a look at the, all right, let's go into the public disk. So locally we want to use just like a local whatever, but on a production we want to use S3. I want to use S3. So let's set that up. Just a reminder, go take a walk. I just did 2 blocks, 20 minutes. I'm back. A little sweatier, but feeling good and not so stiff. So let's keep going. I think for now, we're looking at the default file system disk. Public should actually work. I think what we're not doing though is, linking the storage directory to the public. But I'm not sure that we need to do that. And so we're using public, local, storage, path, app/public, URL. Let's actually see this. I think we're actually fine with what I had before. So disk, I don't think we need get. I think we need the URL. Let's take a look at this. Okay, well, not found, but oh, it's here. Oh, perfect. A lot easier than I thought it was going to be. Okay, let's go to edit this other article. and this is going to drive me absolutely crazy. We're going to we're going to need to change that bug because it's not fun for me. Okay, so there's this. It's uploading. It's saving that when we save it, and now refreshing yields it. Wonderful. Okay, let's see what's going on with this. So I'm going to take a look at the docs here, and it's not trash day. Why is the trash guy here? Not sure yet. Okay. Excuse me. So we said slug. I think it may not actually be that big of a concern, at least not yet. I think actually the easiest way to get rid of this problem is to get rid of the problem. And that is to take unique off of the slug. I think that it's not actually necessary right now to do that. I mean, it would take a lot before we got to that issue. Anyway, so let's refresh and save changes. Great. Excuse me. Cool. Yeah, that'll do it for now, at least. So, a lot of things are in place. Let's take a look at the. It would be kind of nice if this was like laid over this, right? Maybe a little bit. Let's take a look at that. Let's go to the grid, because that's all that we have here. So we don't need PY32. We actually need a negative margin top of like 32. Maybe a little bit more, 40. I kind of dig that. I really kind of dig that. Next thing we need is, I would like for users to have I would like users to have their image upload, right? And I want to see if we installed, I think we did, Jetstream. We did install Jetstream. And I think that there might be a package for us to leverage Jetstream so that we can go into our profile page and let's take a look here. Let's go Filament, plugins. I think it's called Breezy. That's the one. Yeah, this is, yeah, we want this. I've used this on another package, on another site that I've built, and it does make things pretty nice. Two-factor authentication, password resets, all that stuff. Enable Breezy by adding it to your panel. So plugin, so admin panel provider. We have the Filament Spotsy roles, and let's add BreezyCore. Okay. We're actually going to need a different panel soon. Right now we're just doing the admin stuff, and that's kind of okay. Okay. .7 miles. Not a marathon. All right, so that didn't work for whatever reason. We must not have done something. Don't think we need to update the auth guard. Let's see if we... How do you do multiple plugins? Is it an array? Oh, is it? Do you do like, do you chain plugin? Or is there plugins? That's an array? Yeah, okay. Let's put this back. This is fine. And refresh. Wrong page. Here we go. Cool. Awesome. All right. So password. Excuse me. Let's do, I've got a picture. Maybe embarrassing. Yeah. Super embarrassing. That's what happens when you get a brand new ring light and you're trying to do stuff for a new YouTube channel. Let's update. Okay. Now, where is that stored? How can we access that? So let's go to users and let's see if they have an avatar, profile, photo, path. Let's see. There was something here about has avatar. Okay. So let's go to user. Oh, I'm sorry. That was dumb. And it's going to it's not an avatar URL. It is user avatars. Aha. So this is part of UIavatars.com to generate avatars based on a user's name. However, if you use it, model has an avatar URL attribute that'll be used instead. Okay. Boring avatars provider, huh? That's kind of funny. Okay. So that's the name. We don't need that. Customize authentication and the guard and the password broker. We don't need any of that stuff yet, or probably ever, because it should be fine. User avatars. So All right, so we're not storing a, where is that getting set though? It's got to be somewhere. If I refresh, oh, it is gone. Okay, so is it avatar? Do I just change that to avatar URL? Avatar URL. If I just change this, profile photo path. But what's that going to actually store it as? I am a little confused. So this is kind of overriding. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. This is what I want. So this should allow us, is this chained? It's on the make. Okay. File upload, and it's, since we already have a column here called profile photo path, and we don't have a profile photos disk, but we can make one. Don't even need to technically, but I would like to refactor at some point to using custom disks anyway. So, and that's looks like this. Go to File Systems. Let's create a new. We can actually copy this. We can say profile photos, and it's going to be app/profile photos. And yep, that should do it. Wrong page again. Okay. Let's browse. Use that corny image again. See if this works. And update. It's updated, but is it there? It's not. So let's see if this updated here. It did not. Why? I wonder if, well, let's see also, did it put app profile photos, and this should be the image. And it is. Okay, so it set it there. It's storing this on something. Get avatar upload component. But see, it's not storing it on the user. Where's it? Where is it expecting to? That's my question, I guess. Where is it expecting? Sorry. Where is it expecting to store? That's your own. I don't understand this. The avatar uploads. Let's check out on GitHub. Let's see some issues. Yep. Okay. That's not exactly what I'm running into, but it's close. What does this one do? All right, it just took away the label. But that doesn't help. So where did that, I want to know where that's storing. So update, if I refresh, it's gone, right? Where did that put it though? I think that might have been it. Maybe. I know this is going to break our homepage, but I want to see if that's what's working. I'm sorry, if that's where it's actually being put. It is. That is where it's storing in the public. But why wouldn't it? Let's try something here. So this is an entire Livewire component. This is a file upload. They're overriding it. It's got a label. And it should have, all right, that's the state path is avatar URL. I wonder if we simply just add, I'm going to do this in line. If it works, then I'm going to make a migration for it. But profile, photo path, let's go to data, structure, and change this. Oop. Avatar URL. And let's see if that updates it in the database. Data. Oh, right. It did not update the avatar URL. You would think it would be on the user, right? So refreshing and it's gone. Okay, so we need this to work. We're going to make this work. Filament user and has avatar. Right. I'm going to check that. Sorry, wrong button. I want to check this out. That's it. Is that what it was? Avatar URL. Sorry, I get quiet sometimes when I'm thinking. It is avatar URL. Let's see Let's see what happens. I'm not expecting, honestly, a change. This is kind of annoying. Wonder if I can inspect this and see a couple. Can we see what the wire model is? This should have an input. I'm trying to find any kind of I'm trying to get the name of all right, so it's got that. That's interesting. So that's like the actual image. Yeah, this one right here starts with an NBH. Yeah, okay. So it does see that. But how is that? That's probably in line, actually, because I haven't refreshed it. If I refresh it, I think that would go away. It's not the button. Boy, this is a little bit annoying. Input, file pond. And it's going to the storage. But that's not really accessible. So let's look a little bit more at filament avatars. I'm gonna do a couple things here. I want to First of all, let's look at this. UI avatars. Okay, so it's kind of like Gravatar. Let's try this. But how do you echo this out? How do you get access to... All right, so if we store one, okay, then it's going to fall back to UI avatars. But but it's not that it's not working, but I think we will. That's what we were just looking at. Is there something in the config for this? So filament? No. Nope. I think it's going to just like use the name, right? So if that returns null, it's going to just like grab something. But how do you like spit out the user's avatar? An avatar URL attribute. I mean, do I get it myself? I don't understand. UI avatars. All right, so this is where I'm lost. I am lost in, all right, so, okay, so it's going to default back to this UI avatars, right? So say I have a user, how do I display the avatar for that user? So look, let's go to web. Let's make a test. Function user equals user first. Let's die and dump the user. Is it just this? Maybe I'm overthinking it. Get filament avatar URL. Okay. Null. Okay, so then back to my question, how do you display the avatar for the user? That could be why. That might be why. This might be why. Let's see. Let's go user. We did not add avatar URL to the fillable array. This is what trips me up all the time. All right, so let's go to my profile. Let's add a file. Let's update. And let's see. That still hasn't updated. Okay. back to that admin panel provider. Let's turn that off and like use the default, right? Hey, look at that. And now let's see, that has indeed updated. And if I go user and get filament avatar user back here, there's the URL. That's perfect. And if it returns null, it's not defaulting to. Okay, so you could use that. I don't know why. I don't know. Not sure. Where's that? This UI avatars. So we could just say all right, so if it's got a URL, great. If not, then return and let's take a look at that. API name is whatever. And then we can even specify the color and all that stuff. So API name equals, and let's dot this name. And that would give us this image. Yes. I'm going to take a break right there. And we'll come back to that. Welcome back. I guess you didn't go anywhere. Actually, I did. I'm back now, and let's continue. So we've got this BS, this Betty Sue here. So this is going to be the default if a user does not upload their image and their avatar. It's going to generate this one for us, and we're going to plug it in. But I do want to take a little bit of time here to customize this for us. So let's go to it's UI avatars. So let's go UI avatars and take a look at some of the things that we can customize. So we can do like a blue background. We can do a random background. Let's see what that looks like. Is that a random color? Should be and. All right, it's not randomizing every time, so maybe it's caching it for a while or something. Okay. Image size. Wonder what the default is. Initial characters, it defaults to 2. Name, we're already passing the name in. Rounded, I would like to do for sure. And rounded equals true. Okay. We don't need both of these. Let's get rid of one of them. Do we want to I'm trying to think. If we want to like make them branded like to our site, like a certain color every time, or should it be random? Really, I don't want to allow. Honestly, I'd prefer people to just upload their image. So you can. Interesting. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that gravatar. We're just going to leave it like this, I think. I don't think it should be random. I think that it should, because it could change like every time someone refreshes the article page, right? Or their own page. And I don't want to do that. Let's go with a, we'll grab our own color. Did I close that? I must have clicked on it again. And I want to lean towards this like lime green color. So let's see if we can grab this from the site. So something that I've had issues with in the past and the way to overcome it. So I always grab colors from the inspector, but sometimes it's in this RGB, and maybe there's a better way than what I'm doing here. But what I generally do is I'll grab some other thing and just write color is white, right? Doesn't matter what it is. But then, oh, that changed the thing I wanted to get the color from. So let me try this. Color. Oh, this will work actually, even if it overwrites it. Color's white. All right. So what you can do in Chrome, at least, is click this this little thing, and then this dropper tool, and put it over the color you're trying to get, and that will give you the hex value. So we can pop up in here and say the background is this. And there we go. Now, does it look better with white or with black, or maybe a different color altogether? I think probably the white. We'll try that for now. So here's our parameters. Let's go into our code. And we can put all that stuff here. All right. Well, I have to go again soon, but I need to record. That will help. Markers. All right. Sorry, my wife just came in and gave me some food. Probably lunchtime. Grab yourself a sandwich. Let's code. I'm probably ridiculous. But hey. It's real life, you know? Now, sorry, I got bread stuck in my teeth. Now, we can use this method Okay. So since the author's actually user ID is actually a user, we can get this filament avatar URL inside of our, let's go to the grid. And for this image, we will say article, author, get filament avatar URL. Okay. And so we can see Hmm. So when they have two lines in the title, it's formatting it different. I don't even know if you can hear me. Sorry. I'm eating watermelon. We can deal with that later. But we are generating the avatar, which is great. But I don't like how it looks. I think that the white is getting lost. I think it should be black or darker color, or maybe make the green a darker color. I don't want to spend too much time on this because actually, we're actually going to write some tests because that's the right way to do things. And I think we got to a good enough place where we can see some things working here, and I think it's starting to get better. I'm going to change these up a little bit real quick. I was thinking about it. I took a step away, and looking at it now, I think that these should all have this green background by default. So let's go to our app.blade.php. And we do need to work on the responsiveness. So let's remove hover from everything here. Replace. Okay. These should be darker by default. All right, so BG Lime, let's go darker initially and make it lighter when we hover. And keep the text white. Hover, BG Lime 400. Let's see what that looks like. Too dark. Let's try 6. And let's try 5. That's probably better. This is probably better. Kind of looking video game-ish, which actually I kind of like. All right, so I finished eating off camera. So, I'm back. I was looking at a couple things though while I was gone. One thing I want to do is try this Font Sans font on buttons. I think that might look good. So let's give that a shot. Wrong button. PHP Storm hack. All right, so I'm on a Mac. But say I want to add my cursor to every line here, I can double tap double tap Option and hit the down arrow while holding Option. And that I can put my cursor wherever I want it to. So I can duplicate or replicate my cursor wherever I want. Pretty cool. So let's go Font Sans. All right, definitely need some wider. Little too much. I think that's okay. We're not making any final decisions here. For now, this is okay. At some point, we might want to do a sticky header. Okay. So, the other thing that I wanted to look at is we're going to look at each one of these, and we got to kind of figure out what we want on the side. Might not want anything. Might just be a full width, or maybe a little bit more narrow, but let's bring in the title, let's bring in the author, let's bring in the tags, all this other information that we've got, and at least like put it here so that it just feels naked to me at least. So this is an article display. All right, so we're going to have we'll figure out how we want this to really look. We will figure this out. Let's do an H1 class equals text Excel text Lime 900. I don't know how that's going to look. And this will be the article title. There's no way that's a green color. Really? So I'll deal with that. That's cool. We'll come back to that. I do want to change the blue to that lime color. So let's change the blue to the lime. So this is in app.css. All right, let's make that green. I'm sorry, lime. I think that's okay. Maybe a little darker. I'm okay with that. Now let's put like I'd like to have like some stuff underneath here. So we'll do the author and some of that stuff. So let's do a div and let's do author, article, author, name. We'll add the image in there at some point, but let's just for now get this stuff out. The category. And I think we can do like an explode on. Let's get the like tags. Get. Let's see, tags. What do we want to do? Like pluck name. And that should give us an array, to array, and then explode. That's not right. We have to pass it in here. So we might have a function to do that. Yeah. Let's just dump this so I can see what the structure looks like. Okay. So we actually can just do this. The separator, the string, that should be all we need, right? What's the problem here? Argument 2 must be... Thought we were exploding an array. No? PHP explode. What am I doing wrong here? It's not implode. It's implode. I'm like an idiot. Oh, all right. So it's this and then a space, and the category is not showing. We have to do the name. Okay. So let's do a little bit of Mexico, not Mexico, magic. So we'll do a flex items center, and then like a space. Let's just do that for now. Justify between, I think around. There's another one though. Justify evenly. Let's see what that looks like. No. I think between we'll do what we want, what I'm thinking. Okay. Kinda. All right, so this Betty Sue thing, this is going to be in a div with her image. And we can steal that from the layout. I'm sorry, from the grid. Maybe just do this. Except for, oh, that's right. Kinda. Okay. Betty Sue. We need like a categories icon and a tags icon. So let's go to Herocons. Category. What would a category be? Let me look at Laravel daily. And let's go. Looks like he only has tags. Oh, the date, that'd be good too. Let's do that. Let's do the date. So X Hirocon, let's do a, not solid, let's do an outline calendar. Class equals H6, W6. Let's see what that looks like. Okay. This is the article. Publish that. FJY. Took me years to remember that format. I think all this text might need to be a little smaller, but we'll see. The category, I don't know if we need that. We can just do like a badge. Badge. Yeah, let's try this. Actually, yeah, we want this to be the Heroicon for like a tag. Okay, is there one for like plural? Ooh, I like the hashtag better actually. I'm gonna go with hashtag. See what that looks like. I like that better. Let's go a little smaller. And I also want to color these. So let's go like 4. And I think on the whole div, we can do like a text SM, and like text. No, I don't want to do it there. Let's do it just on these icons. We'll go text green 500. Lime. Yeah, and this is green here, so we got to go lime. Let's just find and replace the word green everywhere. I kind of like this. And then the tags. Tags could actually be on a separate line because there could be a lot of these, right? So let's just actually, instead of imploding them, let's do for each. For each tag as tag. And we can steal this and we'll just color it differently. And this will be tag name. I don't like the spacing here. And actually, I think these should not be justified between. I think they should be just like space X4 or something. More. Let's go 8. Yeah, and then the gap, this thing, I don't think I like that. Yeah, so it was okay. It just shouldn't be so much. So let's go like just 1, gap X1. See what that looks like. That's better. That's better for me. Okay, I think there's too much space below and too much space between here, but that's little stuff, right? So gap Y16. What happens if we took that out? So oh, this it's got this margin. So let's go like it's on this. Is it just on here? Hmm. So this P rows thing is giving me this extra spacing that I'm not sure that I want. Let me see if I can override it. And I probably should just look at how it's put together. So let's go to our app.css, wrong one. And let's see if no, that did not work. I'm gonna add the dreaded important, which worked. So let's look at Tailwind. And this P-Rose stuff. Typography. Okay. So that's like, gives you the body font size, but oh, nice. Might want to not forget about that. I absolutely would love to do dark mode. Plan to do dark mode eventually. So let's put that here. Okay, so interesting. Looks like we might be able to. Actually, all these things I kind of like, except for the blue. And let's get rid of, I keep doing that. Let's get rid of all of this for now. Okay. Well, we did round the images, but we lost our, man, oh man. All right. Let's get rid of this for now. Yeah, actually, that might be, yeah. So it actually, because I think it's using my system settings to say that I'm in dark mode, but I haven't styled anything else to be dark mode or to care about dark mode. So it actually inverted some things, like those text, those headings. We've got our lime green color here, so I just want to be able to like change that spacing. So image, not class, not Puros. So we want to add, we want to take away, so what is that saying? Excuse me. Where image, not where class. Oh, because it's an image. That's the only reason why. Okay, so that image, we can say not Puros on that image. Okay, all right, I think that would work. It's so much better than hacking away. Okay, that didn't actually work. Not hyphen pros. Excuse me. Or is that just a, I think it's this actually, not pros. Let's check the docs. Right. The thing is, this shouldn't actually even. Oh, okay. All right. We don't need pros here. We will. We will add pros where we need pros. Wonderful. Cool. So let's update our H1. This is going to be text like 4XL. I also would like it to be, well, at least see font sans. Let's go bigger, like 7XL. A little too big. 6, 7, 5. I'm good with 5. I don't know if I like font sans on that though. Let's leave it for now. And let's go not so dark. Let's go like 700. Let's go 600. Let's go 500. Okay. And let's do, We're gonna do some margin. Okay, not what I wanted. That is close. All right, so I think I want these to be background lime 500 and text black. Now we're cooking with bacon grease. We need the image, the featured image, right? Let's put that for now. I want to get a little fancier with it, but I want to get it on here. For now, we'll put that below the title. Source is storage disk. For now it's public, but actually I would like it to be like article, a disk of article. URL, and that's going to be article featured image URL. I think that's right. It is. Okay. So a couple things. Let's give this a class, rounded XL and shadow LG. Okay. And we want this spacing here. And we still need some spacing here. MT, let's go like 6. Let's go 4. Okay. This looks like tags. This should be the other way around. The styling, these should be less obvious. The category should be darker. The tags should be, all right, so let's move this. Basically, we're going to swap. We're going to do this styling here. And we're going to do this is going to be 500 and black. And maybe even a little bigger. Yep. Actually, all of these are going to be text medium. Yes. Okay. We are definitely making some progress here. I don't know why that's happening. Let's see. Markdown. We'll come back to that. For now, this is an okay start, I think. I think this is an okay start. We do need to like escape. Because it's even like and GT, right? Greater than. It's supposed to be a alligator, right? Greater than. Yeah, and this is completely unreadable. So let's actually take a look at that Spotsy package and see what kind of options we have here. Okay, so it's this league common marks. Lots of docs here. Okay, cool. What are the options? Smart punctuation. Okay. Looking for, I probably should just do a search. All right, so this is common mark. So league, common mark, and GT. All right, so greater than. A mention parser. That's interesting. Oh, cool. Let's go back and look. Delimiter processing. And actually, let's see. It might be a more common situation. Actually, hang on a second. Let's try this. It might make a difference. It might not make a difference. It made all the difference in the world. That's all we needed. So I was, this is like escape HTML, right? That's how we say like, don't output HTML, like show what the HTML renders. I don't know why I didn't do that in the first place. This is looking pretty good, I think. I don't know. You guys tell me. Definitely getting there. Definitely getting there. Let's change this up a bit. Let's see what happens if we go full width. I don't know why it's doing that. Max width 7XL. Oh, is this? Let me get out of this just for a moment. I'm in presentation mode. Let me see something. All right, that's why, I think. Well, that's like the right width, but why isn't it? Might want to go a little smaller on that. MX Auto should have centered it, right? But only if you give it a width, I think. Oh, it's because it's grid. All right. Let's give this image a width of full. We did lose some formatting here. Actually, let's. That's the avatar. I'm sorry. That's probably why that didn't work before. Promise that's what happened. I was putting on the wrong thing. Okay, so where is the? Here's that. All right, we want this to be W full. Actually, I want it to be like H32 or something. A little bigger, maybe. I'm okay with this, kinda. I still feel like the width is wrong. I'm not sure. I need to see this better. Let's detach this. I'm going to put this in another window over here. That is the width. That is the width, the full width. Okay, so why is the article limited? Okay, so why? Looks like it's prose. Okay, so it's giving a max width on the P rows. I don't know how you say that. P rows. I'm okay with that. When we put that pros on the whole thing, I kind of like that actually. Let's give this a shot. We don't need this article page anymore because we're using these overrides. And actually, we don't need this class here anymore because we can take all of these classes and put it at the top of this div. And then we have to make sure that we put not pros here and not pros here. Kinda. We still have some issues here. Not exactly what I'm looking for yet. Let's see what we can see. Okay, that's part of it. Don't love this. And I feel like I'm spending too much time on it. So I'm going to move on to something else after I get it to a relatively okay-ish place. So I need to put MX Auto here. We'll take that font down one more. Why isn't that? It's because I have pros outside of it. Urgh. This is aggravating. Just because I don't know how this is working. Should spend a little bit more time understanding pros. Let's look here for a minute. All right. The official Tailwind CSS typography plugin provides a set of pros classes you can use to add beautiful typographic defaults to any vanilla HTML you don't control, like HTML rendered from Markdown or pulled from a CMS. Okay. To see what it looks like in action, check out our live demo. We already know what it looks like. We've already installed it. And basic usage. Now you can use pros classes to add sensible typography styles to any vanilla HTML. Okay. Choosing a grayscale. Plugin includes a modifier class for each of the 5 grayscales. Tailwind includes by default, so you can easily style your content to match the grays you're using in your project. Interesting. Okay. So let's take a look. Pros stone. And let's start a little bit more simply. I don't mind adding it to the whole page if I know what to expect. And actually, it shouldn't be the whole page. It should be here. So I think we need pros first. Okay. That stone is a little warm. Gotcha. I can see it. Zinc, neutral, slate, and gray. Nice. This is nice. Zinc. kind of like zinc. Slate. So far my favorite. And is it just gray? I think I like that one the best. We're going to leave it for now, at least. It's enough. And this is driving me nuts again. Let's go back to that. Okay, back to the docs. Modifier classes are designed to be used with the multi-class modifier pattern and must be used in conjunction with the base pros. Pros A. Love you. Okay. Let's go back. Okay, there's custom color themes. Nice. Very cool. Okay. Internal style definitions for some more examples. Okay, so this is what it's doing. So the modifiers are going to be SM, base. Okay. So you can do things like, I would think you can do like SM, pros, SM, and MD and up would be pros. Let's go like XL. Let's see if that's one. Yeah, really big text. Really big text. Is there like a 2XL? There is. Really, really big text screaming at you. Okay, so let's go like MD. That's the biggest it would get. It's a little too small. But on a medium screen, it probably is right. So let's go on medium, it's pros MD. On LG, it's pros LG. And XL. Let's leave it there. So where it's messing with us is here. The most, at least. So we can take this and just put it on the Markdown, but we got rid of that for a reason. And if you wanted to skip something, you put not pros. We did that and it didn't work. So I'm not sure why, but this should be set up better. All right, the design's gonna change more anyway. For now, we're in an okay place though, I feel. We can do like more about the author down here. That's something that we're gonna have to add for users. We have to create the whole author panel actually, so that they can log in, create articles, and then set up emails and all sorts of cool stuff. I'm gonna take a little bit of a break. I will come back. You will see me in just a second, but I'm gonna get a little break. Well, good morning or good evening. I'm not sure what time it is where you are when you're watching this. For me, it's morning. Yesterday, I came and right after dinner, I recorded another session, about an hour and 10 minutes or so of content where, well, I'll just tell you, we updated the icons in the dashboard. I started to work on some testing. I found that there were some issues with Jetstream and the test that Jetstream packs in. If you hadn't seen the live stream that I did about a week ago or so, I started this project initially with Jetstream. We're not really going to need it very much. I don't think we're going to need it at all, actually, because we're using Filament, Breeze, and some of those packages that you did watch me include. However, in the midst of my recording, I got this, a brand new Audio-Technica shotgun microphone, which is really awesome. This is really great for isolating sound, but also listening to things from a distance. This microphone is a dynamic microphone. The closer I get, the more you can hear me. When I'm back here, or if I turn away, you can't really hear it all that well. It's great for podcasts because it eliminates almost all the background noise. This, however, still picks up some. And being at home with kids and family and stuff, this is actually picking up quite a bit more than I wanted to. And so I had turned my input down on my Focusrite and to try to get this to where it sounded really good. Decided not to use this for now. Plugged my Shure MV7, great mic by the way, back in and forgot to turn my input level back up. Therefore, resulting in no audio for the hour plus of content that I created. So you're watching a time lapse of this right now. And all we did really, though, was we updated the tests, we updated the icons in the dashboard, and for the most part, that's it. So didn't miss a ton. It would have been nice to have that. I'm not going to re-record it because the work's already done here. So we're just going to continue from this point forward, and I'll kind of show you around a little bit. You'll pick it up. It's pretty easy to see what I had done. Not a ton of work, but it was good work nonetheless. So let's keep rolling. So I'm just getting things set back up a little bit. I'm going to go into my GitHub, my gist, and I'm going to grab that article I wrote. I'll probably grab another one too, just so we have some more content back in here. I'll show you some of the tests and what we had done here in just a moment. But for now, let's get this in here. This is the only author in here at the moment. It's going to be Draft. We'll work on that stuff. That'll be kind of fun, actually. I'll make this published so that it appears on the homepage. Is there a nice way to just delete this? Yeah, you can just clear it out. Nice. Good to know. There are no categories and there are no tags, and that is a requirement. We have to have categories in here. So let's go ahead and add some categories. We'll come back to that. This is pretty easy. Every category just has a name. I'm going to borrow some categories from Laravel News. So we have news, podcast, tutorials. We could probably make a seeder for this, actually. Let's do that. Let's actually do that. So, view, tool, windows, terminal, PHP Artisan, make seed, category, seeder. Let's make another one for tags. Tag seeder. And let's hop into those. I guess it's right here, isn't it? All right. So let's just make an array. So categories. And we'll make an array. And then we'll say for each categories as category, category, create, name, category. That should work. It's probably complaining because it's empty. Yeah. All right, so we've got news, podcast, tutorials. I'm going to actually, so I don't have to keep switching back and forth, I'm going to take a little snapshot of this and just have it loaded up on my other screen. So I can just keep glancing back and forth and get this done pretty quick. Laracon, packages, Laravel training resources, developer tools, interviews, Laravel applications, sponsor, deals, career, opinion. And let's also go to our tag seeder, and we're going to do the same thing. Lots of tags. I'm not going to do all these. Maybe at some point I will, but we're just going to grab a handful of these. It's a lot. And we can actually just copy this. That'll save us a little bit of time. We can paste this, and we'll just update. This is going to be called tags. That's tag. And we're going to say tag, create, tag, import that. We will make this tags. And we will update Sublime, PHP Storm, which I'm actually working with them a little bit. I've got something in the works. Because I use them all the time, I would love to refer some people to them. And so I've got kind of a deal going with them, and the details are not completely established yet, but look forward to that. It'll be coming soon. Almost done here. I only got a couple more, and we'll add more obviously as time goes on, but for now, look at that. Cool. So now we can either run our seeder here, or we can go into our database seeder and we can just run our seed. So this is run. No. How do you do that? Call. It is. All right. We're not going to need this. Maybe we'll make one for Betty Sue. So this is the category seeder and the tag seeder. So now we can just call PHP Artisan DB seed. And we have tags and we have categories. Cool. So let's hop back in here and go to our categories. We have all of our categories, and we should have all of our tags. Great. So let's go back into our articles, and we will create that article. I will go back into my gist, copy that, and we'll select the user. It will be a draft. I think that if this is null by default, that it will just make it a draft. So we'll test that out a little bit. This is, we'll just call it packages, and we'll just pick a few of these here. All right, so the title is Native PHP Will Rock You. Something fun like that. Okay. Let's do a featured image. I think I've got a good one here for native PHP. Beautiful. And we'll just copy some text from here for the description, and we'll create. All right. Status cannot be null. I thought we defaulted it to draft though. So if that's the case, what we should do is come back here and go to our article resource, and let's add like this. This is required, right? We're going to add required to a lot of these. Published that and scheduled for are not. Category is. Tags are not required. So this is for that section, and we've got the title. This is required. The slug is by default. It's going to update, and the meta. So we've got the meta description and the featured image URL. We're going to make this required because I want all of my images. All of the posts should have an image. Even if it's like template, placeholder, something, right? I want everything to have an image because that's going to make it will ensure consistency when you're looking at the blogs. You have to have an image. We're just going to make sure that that is the case. So let's create again, and I think that will complain if I'm not mistaken. Yes. It's interesting. Oh, okay. So it's waiting for me to actually fix this. So the status is draft. And did that change? Did not. Interesting. Meta description. Okay, so that's something that we do need to probably update. We probably need to update the meta description length. So right now it is because that's not too long to actually be used for meta, right? So we should, I think string has I think it's 255, but I'm not sure what the max is. So we can, let's go ahead and go to our migration for articles, and meta description. We're going to change this to, I don't think it needs to be a long text, but like, is there medium text? I think there is. We'll make it a medium text. We'll make it a medium text. And do I need to really, I can just update it locally in the database knowing that production will have that medium text. So let's take a look at that. Articles, structure. So we've got the body is this long text, and the meta description, we'll make this medium text. And save. And we'll go back here and create. And it created. Wonderful. Wonderful. But actually our featured image should have thrown an error. It looks like it's required, but is it? Okay, now it's showing the error. So it just needed a refresh basically, but it shouldn't have created it in the first place. But we should have refreshed it before we tried that. I just didn't want to have to paste all this in. On the next one, we will worry about that. We'll pay closer attention to it when we do the blog, which we're about to do. So save. Don't need logic open right now. Did that save? Nope. Interesting. Category. Is it not storing the category? Did I not have it in there? Let's go ahead and make another one. All right. I have another, like an older, another older article here. Let me see if I can find it. Didn't think it was that long ago. It could be though. This might be it. Who are you? The validation story. Okay. Let's create another article. Also me. We'll make this draft. We will say it's Laravel training, and it's Envoyer and Blade. I don't know. And it was, who are you? We'll just leave it like that. All right, so we're going to leave the image blank and see if it throws an error here. Yes, it does. Perfect. That's exactly what we're looking for. So we'll just do, I don't know, something like this. Guy's cool, man, right? Create, and we are good to go. Perfect. That's exactly the experience I was looking for and hoping for. That is awesome. All right, so we've got articles. I'm going to duplicate one of these just so we have it. We'll put a different image and a different title. So just so we have 3 on the, actually, we wouldn't have any because none of these are published. None of these are published. And actually, so what I'm thinking is on the front end, we actually are showing, we're showing articles that the publish that is not null. And really we should go by the status is published. That's what it should be. So I'm just going to add some more just boilerplate stuff here. Boilerplate and you. And we'll paste. Yeah, that's fine. Same for the description and a different image. Something like that. The feature is here. It's beautiful. Create. Perfect. And let's refresh. We should only have one here. We have none here. Okay, because none of them have a publish that timestamp. So let's go to articles and let's, what can we do here? We can only delete. Okay. It'd be nice if I could update the status in bulk, maybe. We'll cross that bridge later. So let's change this to published. Is it not storing the category? It's kind of weird. If I refresh, it's there. Categories here. I think that's kind of weird. Something to keep an eye on. All right, so all of these are published. We don't see them here because we are not looking at that. So I think that's in our grid. All right, so published, yes. Okay, so this article published function should return where status is published. And that's a little tip for you. Some people may know this, some people not. So you can do, like when you're using Eloquent and you want to do a query, you can say where, and then say status, that's the column, and then the value. Or you can actually do, like if you make it a capitalized, you can say where email, where name, where status, and then just the value. And so this should now work. Okay. Published at, oh, right. Okay. So it is looking for, we kind of need both things. All right. So if it's got a published status, then the published at cannot be null. That's interesting. I'm trying to think of like, not to write the test, but to how to ensure in our form that if we have this as a status, the published that is not null. I'm not sure. We'll just put today, and we'll update all of these. And if that's the case, I guess technically we don't have to go with the status. That is so strange to me. Why isn't it loading the category? All right, so there's some issues there. We will have to figure that out. But for now, we have we have our blog posts. They look nice, and I like these images. I think the images help a lot. What else do we want on the homepage? Quite a bit, actually. Let's take a look around. And let's look at one of these actually. So we don't want the title or any like single hashtags in here. You know what I mean? The markdown stuff. So like this, it's like an H1. We want that to be like, that would be the title. This is kind of something like, so I've worked a little bit with Laravel News, and that's something that he does. We being authors would submit a gist to him, and he would massage whatever he wants to massage, change the title, change whatever he wants to really out of it. And I think that kind of works. I like that kind of flow. I would want that. I would want that sort of I would want that sort of flexibility to be able to make sure, because you know, people might just submit whatever they want and it doesn't really look perfect, right? So there's a good example. So like an extra space in here. So I would just go and take that out. I don't need them to make all the changes. It's actually would cause more work for me to try to force something like that, right? So I'm not sure why that took so long to refresh, but here we are. Cool. So there is that. Now we do want like the author to have like a biography. This is a little big, I think. Let's update. All right, so I would like for the author to have a biography. Let's take a look at Laravel News. Let's go to a tutorial. So blog, tutorials, packages. Packages is that's great. There's lots of packages. Interesting. And it's like just a screenshot and a random background color. Could do something like that, or like a custom image. And yeah, like a brief overview of each one. I need a Paul Redmond, because he does this every day. I think this is like his job. He just goes in and he creates these. I love the way that this looks. I like the background like that, the contrast. Doesn't have to be exact, obviously, but it's this is a little boring. It is. So we'll see what we can do. But for now, let's update this is in the article. It's not in the article resource. It's in the where are you? The display. All right, so it looks good when there's an actual like a picture of the person, right? So let me go into here and we will add an actual picture. I know it's ridiculous. That's okay. Okay, get avatar URL attribute. This is probably some remnants of the issues that I had while recording. I'm not entirely sure. Get avatar URL. Oh, this was... I'm not sure what it is. We're going to copy this and paste it in here and see if that... Undefined property avatar URL. That's not actually true. So let's remove this from here. This is not... It's not right. So it's not an undefined... I don't know if we even need that, to be honest. Figure out what's going on with this. That's what it was. Okay. All right, so because this is how like Jetstream like added this. So it's appending this profile photo URL, and then there was a get profile photo URL attribute. We don't need any of that stuff. We're just using Filament for handling avatars, and so that's how that's going to work, nonetheless. So, and let's make my name. I'm not sure why that's like indefinitely spinning. So that is more accurate. I still think it's kind of big, to be honest. So let's get away from that 12 by 12. Let's go like an 8 by 8. Let's see what that's like. I think that's much better. I think these should be like a lighter gray or a smaller text, maybe. Or maybe we just put this stuff on the bottom. Not the title. Let's take a look at this. So he's got a title, the category, and the date, right? Okay, so yeah, the date, that's separate. The category, that's separate. These could be up here, along with the tags, could be up here. And actually, the tags could be just displayed on the bottom. And then the user's name, the author's name, and then a bio, and then some links. And that's something that I do want to work on. So I know that there's a way, when we were looking at the package that we're using right now, there was a way I thought, let me see. a way to add, I think it was Breeze, way to add like custom using avatars, the avatar upload, create custom my profile components, and that's what we want. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, create a create a new Livewire component. All right, so let's make a new Livewire component. Okay, PHP artisan Livewire make, and we'll put this in like a profile directory, profile slash. We want a bio. Okay. So let's go to bio. And it extends a my profile component. Okay. And we have all this stuff. Very good. So we can use the same view as here. I mean, put it here. All right. So we have this data. We need to import form. I think sounds right to me. All right. We don't need render. Okay. What do we do next? How do we tell the plugin to use this? Within your Livewire components view, you can use the Breezy grid section. Okay, that's kind of nice. So let's go to this bio. Okay. And then register your new component with Breezy. Great. So add a component right here. So in the admin panel profile inside of the Breezy, is inside of, nope, it's outside of my profile. We actually can get rid of this. And this is the bio. Yeah. So let's check it out. Did that work? It did. Look at that. So your title, this is the description. We can do this for the bio as well as, now we do need to add it to the user. So let's make a migration. And we'll call this add bio and links to users. Okay, and we'll go ahead and make that a medium text. That's fine because it doesn't have to be huge. And we'll put some validation on it. Medium text for the bio. And we will do I think we'll try to do a JSON column called, and these are nullable. So JSON column for links, and it would just be like a key value, right? And we can just let them add 3 or 4 or 5 or something, them being authors. They can add links. We can stub it out actually. So let's say this one's nullable. Oh, how about we spell that properly? And for this one, let's do a default of like, I don't know if this is gonna work. We'll say like, We'll say X/Twitter. Just call it X. And that's an empty string. And we'll say Facebook. And that's an empty string. And let's see, there's a couple more we can do. LinkedIn. We can do YouTube. And GitHub. And so X, Facebook, LinkedIn. Facebook should be on the bottom. GitHub should probably be second, then LinkedIn and YouTube and Facebook. And Instagram? I don't know. Do people do that? I guess people do that. And I think that's it. So let's migrate this. PA migrate. Uh-oh. So array to string conversion. Yeah, so we want this actually like in a JSON format, right? So let's convert PHP array to JSON real quick. Could we just do it in line up here? We probably could. So links equals JSON encode. That's it. And let's pass it in here. That would make sense to have. Oh, you could use it. You could just use it. Use links. Will that work? Nope. I've not done this before, so I'm kind of syntax error or access violation, blob text geometry or JSON column links cannot have a default value. Good to know. So we'll make it nullable. And we'll get rid of links. And we'll get rid of links. And we'll migrate that. Perfect. Okay, so back in our bio, let's go to our bio.php. So we have our bio. Not required. No, not required. And there's like a repeater input, I think. Repeater. I've not used this before. We should look at that before we add it. So this is some cool stuff. MD2, your title. So author information. Description. Update your author info with whatever links you want and a biography. I wonder what MD2 is. What if I change it to 1? Cool. All right. And actually, we want bio to be a text area. And if we did MD3, let's just, for giggles, let's take a look. Yeah, so 2 is what we want, sure. All right, so the bio and the link. So let's take a look at this. Yeah, we're gonna wanna do some more stuff here. So let's take a look at the docs and look at a repeater. The repeater component allows you to output a JSON array of repeated form components. Okay, so not sure if that's what we want exactly. So let's see, how do we do like a JSON? We want it to be like an array. So let's do like array JSON field. PHP's array will get transformed in JSON objects. These options are returned in JSON. If you're saving the JSON tags using Eloquent, output a JSON recommending store, build your data with JSON. I think this is maybe what we want. This might be what we want. All right, so maybe this is what we want. Okay, I think this is. Let's see. Let's give it a shot, shall we? Back in our bio, let's add a repeater. And it's really just like, it's like a key value. So a name and a value. Actually, we could make it a select. Oh, that'd be kind of cool. Let's grab this. Let's try this. Let's grab our array. And then we're like only allowing people to add these. And we'll add one for like personal website. But let's import this. And let's update this. It is not required. And we'll do a personal website, and that'll be like, that'll be that. And then it's like the link, not the name. Let's see what that looks like. Kind of intrigued. Okay, add members. It's not members. This is links. Add to links. Enable to find component bio. That seems like something more wrong. Not required. Select, make, that's a role. That's not the role. That's the site. But not sure why that's giving us issues. If you wish to define a repeater with multiple schema blocks that can be repeated in any order, please use the builder. No, I don't think that's what we want. Setting empty default items. Repeaters may have a certain number of empty items created by default using the default items method. These default items are only created when the form is loaded without existing data inside panel resources. This only works on created, edit. Okay. Adding items. An action button is displayed below the repeater, and you can update the label. That's not really going to help us. Add your links. Did that do that? Add your links. Okay. I'm not sure. Why? Links in bio. Okay. So all of this is to, yeah, we don't want it reorderable. Reordering items, buttons. We do want them to be like, oh, that's kind of cool. All right. Reorderable with drag and drop, collapsing items. It's pretty cool, actually. But why doesn't it work? Let's try this. Let's try, like, let's take this out and like just see what, if that makes a difference. Does not. Unable to find component bio. That's just such a weird. Let's take a look. So filament, unable to find component. But so where's it looking for this bio? So confused. Component not found. Valet server? Oh, inside of herd. No, no. Data.links. Well, that, whoops, that shouldn't, hello. That shouldn't really affect it much. And we're not going to see any result from that. I wonder if that's, I wonder if it's looking at that button as like it's an input. I'm sorry, a submit button. Because it's doing the same thing on submit. So, unable to find component. Let's take a look back at the way that this form is created. This component, I'm sorry, for this plugin. So that's right. Okay. Sanctum tokens. Two-factor authentication. None of that's really going to affect what we're trying to do. In Breezy 2, you can now create Livewire components for the My Profile page and append them easily. Create a new component. We did. Extend the My Profile component class. We did. It implements actions and forms. Great. So we have a form. State path is data. Within your Livewire components view, you can use Breezy's grid section. Okay. It's got a card, the form. Okay. Button. Form is echoed out here. It's submit.prevent, which I don't think you even need the .prevent anymore. I don't think that's really going to help us any, but wire submit, because we're using Livewire 3, doesn't require it. Type is submit, form is submit. Unable to find component. This is kind of crucial. It is kind of crucial. Update. So this is, let's check out this guy's GitHub. Personal info. I created a class to overwrite the personal info component, and I registered it. This guy did something different, but that's okay. Excuse me. That's like a key. It doesn't say to do that in the docs, but it might be helpful, maybe. So let's see. Bio. Maybe. I'm kind of guessing, but no. Not even close. But I can't update it. Did you add name display to your fillable property on the user model? I tried now to add the component instead of overwriting it with the same result. Can you ensure my profile method is added to the BreezyCore? My profile. We do. Maybe ours has to, maybe it has to be after. Don't think so, but yes, that's the full code. In the meantime, I created a custom page with a form on it, which does the same job. I've disabled now. They should register user menu as well. This workaround is okay for me. Should register user menu. Excuse me. Everyone here is suffering from the same problem where the component is resetting back to the original personal info class after submit. I was able to override my component successfully. My new component. extends the personal info, a name, a label, a hint, text input, registering BreezyCore in admin panel service provider for the personal profile. Someone could provide the following details, then I can try to recreate the error. Panel service provider, PHP from your new custom component, composer update, filament upgrade, optimize clear. So somebody submitted this information he wanted, and there's been not a response. When was this? 2 weeks ago? That's when it was opened up. So this is a relatively, this is an hour ago. Oh, wow. And, oh, interesting. Let's see what this was and the workaround. So this is an ongoing new issue. This is kind of interesting. So I think this is something that they'll probably fix pretty soon. I think he's gathering the information. This is like, I mean, within the last few minutes. How crazy is that, right? Somebody's like, it's not the exact same problem, but it's right next to that problem, right? It's something with the registering of, and I'll chime in here. I will give some of my information. Let's take some screenshots. Let's go to our bio. Let's get our HTML. And finally, the error. And this is kind of cool. This would be like a, I don't know, a way to contribute, right? So let's attach our files. What? I am not sure if this issue is related or a separate bug. Spell properly. But I am adding a component to my profile area, author, bio, and hopefully links. And when I submit, I am getting the following error. If you feel I should submit a different issue, please inform. But I think this is closely related to the problems you are currently facing. Cool. Great. So that gives some information for them. And for now, we're going to skip this. There's no reason to write tests. There's no reason to add anything else here. We're going to wait till they come back to us, make some updates, and then we will update our code to pull in the latest version and see if that's fixed. That's what we'll do. So for now, we're not going to adjust this at all. We're not going to try to display anything. We're just going to leave this alone for a while and see if they can get it fixed. I want this. I keep going back and forth. Like when it's a long title, I don't want it so big, but when it's a shorter title, I do. We can work on some of this design though, and maybe we'll move some of this stuff around, but I'm not going to worry about the bio or the links right now. We will have that, just not yet. Okay, let's try. Let's take some code here and look at the home. And find this area with the image. This whole thing. And let's pop that into our display, like here. Should wire Pint up as well. Okay, that's cool, but not what I was looking for. Let's undo that. Looks like all this is above the slot. So what I'm thinking is like an image right above, but we don't want that. Let's just see something. Let's just try this for a moment. This here. Right. That's what I would expect. Okay, don't need all that stuff though. So let's get rid of this. Okay. No, this isn't at all what I want. Let's undo. Let's just play with a little style in here for a minute and see if we can get something kind of cool going. Class equals, let's do like BG black so we can see it, and H of 32 and a width of full. Let's see what that looks like. See, but I thought that was fixed. Okay. Getting there. If we update the height, now we do have to make sure this is responsive, and that's probably something we should do before we even start messing with this, which is go back to the we should go back and do the responsive navigation. Let's work on that. I mean, it's not a bad thing this year, but we could do like maybe no PY here. Maybe a negative margin top of 32. And maybe this is like a 64. No, not gonna mess with this yet. We'll come back to it. And there's probably some Tailwind UI stuff that we can just plop in here for blog page. So let's go to the home page. let's shrink this down to a mobile layout. Okay. And let's go to our app.blade.php. And great. All right, so this is what is visible on our mobile. All right, so we actually don't see it here because this is displayed. All right. Mobile menu, show hide based on menu open state. So let's do this. Up here, we're going to add on the body x data equals mobile open is false. It's not going to be open by default. Now we can use this, and so it's hidden on, so we can say x show equals mobile open, right? Yes, cool. And then there would be a button. I think this is open the main menu, so at click equals mobile open equals true. So we have this here, and boom, boom. All right, so that one doesn't close it. So there's another one for closing. And we'll make it like slide over and all the transition-y stuff, which would be nice. And then we'll style it. So here it is. At click equals mobile open equals false. So we open, we close, we open, we close, and we know that that is working. Perfect. For now, we're going to get rid of that. And so now that we're in the styling, actually what we'll do, because it's flex, we'll leave that there, this, and that should push our button over, and that's not displaying our logo. We'll come up with some logo. Not yet. All right, so let's make sure that these links are, well, they're not even like wired up right now, but we will. Articles, videos, courses, and this is all subject to change. Newsletter. Okay, and so we have this background of gray. Which I do love a good dark mode, right? I do appreciate it. However, I don't know if that's going to be our theme. So let's try like this yellow, like 800. And let's keep this open by default. So let's just switch this to true for now while we work on this. And then let's see if we can do something here with these links. So these are BG Gray 800. Let's see what that looks like. Let's see what they all look like this. And I'm wondering if maybe it should be flopped. Like do that brown color for the buttons and green for the background. I'm not really liking that brown color. Does it go darker? Is there a, let's go to Tailwind. And let's take a look at colors. No, where are, I know that it's here. So the BG color, here's, yeah, okay, this will kind of work. We'll get what we're looking for at least here. So that's, yeah, that's that orange. Oh, that's orange. Orange 950 looks like a very dark brown. Amber 900, amber 950. Amber 950. Let's give that a shot. Try amber 900. Try an amber 950. I'm not liking this yet. Could kind of go in a different direction too. I love these blue, like sky, the emeralds, like the lighter and the darker. We're using lime, so let's see. Dark lime and a bright lime. It's not even showing. Oh, there it is. We can try like this lime. Let's try lime. That's not horrible. That's not horrible. Actually, the only thing that looked like it didn't really look good was this this login button. I don't fully dislike this. I think that's actually a little bit better. For now, we're going to go with this. And it just kind of appears. We want to do transitions. So let's toggle this back to false. And background, backdrop, show hide based on slide over state. Do want to change the color of those, I think. So let's make this text grade 900. Maybe actually a white. Go the other way with it. Okay, I like it. Same for the other. Those white work for this. I think that it needs a background, like a light gray, or maybe towards that green. BG lime 400. Let's go text black. And like a rounded and like a padding. Is it just PX? Or P, no, P1. I kind of like that. I'm okay with this. See if we can get away with a smaller. Yeah, I like that better. Do we need this? Don't think we do. I think that's fine. Okay. For now, at least. The only other thing that I do want to, we can add here is, instead of this image, let's put laravelonline.com, something like that. And we can say text lime 500, text LG. How about we put those in a class? Font sans. This is going to be like a 2XL or something. I don't know if we need this. We're going to have to go bigger. That's fine. Let's go tracking wider. A little like margin on the top or something, right? No. Let's do a negative margin here. So I think that's fine. And actually the padding on the left, I just don't think we need this. Let me see why it's got that spacing. Negative. Nope. Negative MX3. Okay. It's got a negative margin. Negative MX3. That's better. At least for now. It's not lovely, and I really should try to find a designer, probably, to help out with this, but I think for now it's okay. Let's do the transition, and I think that we probably can just do like X transition. Nope, don't want that. Now it used to be in Tailwind UI that you could find what you wanted and it would give you like the transitions that you needed. So let's go to these hero sections, and any of these is fine. Go to the code. It used to tell you like what transitions you wanted. What if we go with view? Does it tell us like the transitions? I don't think that it does. Okay. So let's take a look at Tailwind transitions. Maybe there's an example here. No. I could look at another project where I did use this. Let me do that, and I'll come right back, and maybe I'll have it. All right, so I didn't find one for this one specifically, but I did find the classes that we're going to need, or the transition life cycles stuff that we're going to need. So, yep, not at all what we want for now, but let's see. We can do when I enter I don't even know if this is, I don't even know if I want to do this right now. Because I don't know. Well, let's work through it. Let's work through it a little bit. I know that I've done this before and stuff. I just can't find a project where I've done it. I did clean out a bunch of projects recently. I could check my other computer. I could check GitHub. Let's do that. Well, look what I think I just found. Take a look here. Any transition stuff? Yes. Enter from. This is what we want, I believe. So let's take a look at it real quick. Okay. Let's go in the other direction. This is wide, empty. With the background. Oh, that's nice. Again, we don't need that. With close button on the outside, no. No, don't care about that. Sticky footer, don't care. Project from example, don't care about that. Don't care. It's just the sliding itself. So the only thing we have to do is like flop it, right? Is there a change? No, that's going to be site-wide. All right, so let's take a look at this. We want these transitions. And let's go back here. All right, and let's. Okay, so we have enter. Anything that specifies like left or right, we're gonna just flop it. So that's done. Translate x0, x full. That might just be the opposite. Enter 2. So that's going to be the enter end. All right, leave. So there's no left, right, but there's x full and x0. And those are the things that we might need to just flop so that it goes the other way. Let's take a look. Okay, not where we want it, I think. It is going from right to left. So let's flop those first. So x full will be x0, x0 will be x full, x0 will be x full, and x full will be x0. Let's see if that's any better. That's the wrong thing entirely. So to start with x full, I guess that's maybe we negative x full. That's right. Oh, that's kind of cool. Slides out. I don't like it though, but and then leave end will be negative x full again. So it is not like overriding. So this is right. It's just not, we wanted to slide over the whole thing. So let's try this on a different area. Let's try it here. Right. And let's try this here. Remember the good old days when I used to ship with this stuff? Let's try something. Let's see. It looks like it's got a Z index. Let's see if this needs a Z index actually. Am I wasting time on this? I think no. I think it definitely needs to be done. Excuse me. Is there something else I should be working on? That's the question. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Hidden. This is always displaying. I'll bring them over here so you can see them too. So it looks like, yeah, so see these, this class up here? I'm just wondering why the padding or why that mark. Like during transition, it's I don't like it. I'm gonna deal with it for now. I'm gonna deal with it for now. Because there are some things, some other things I want to get to. But I don't love it. Okay, so I think I'm gonna add this. I'm going to, this is a really big, and I don't like working this way. This is a really big commit. A lot of changes. We should do smaller commits moving forward. And I think, I don't know if this auto deploys. There's no like traffic going here now, so I'm not too worried about that. I will grab some Google Analytics. Analytics for beginners, developer. This is branding. No. For taking this course, I don't want a course. I don't want analytics. That'd be kind of nice to do actually, but that's not what I want. All right. Account name is Laravel Online. I don't want to do any of that stuff. Property name. Actually, you know what? Why not? Property name is going to be Laravel Online website. Nope. No, a -5. New York, -4. Actually, this is a little bit more than online community. We'll say that. Generate leads, drive online sales, brand awareness, user behavior, baseline reports. Oh, multiple types. Interesting. I accept. You guys saw me read that, right? We are on web. And it is laravelonline.com. Stream name is Laravel Online. Create stream. If you hear this noise behind me, these guys drive me nuts. Nuts, I tell you. All right. Yeah, this is good. I know you hear that. They're like, it's a whole story, but basically there's people mowing the lawn, but they've been doing it every day for like 3 weeks. So we're going to add this up here. We're also going to get rid of, I think we're using, you guys, I'm sorry. I know you can hear that. There's no way you can't hear that. All right. And let's push this again. GA dots. These are just some of my aliases. Git add everything. Git commit. M message is added Google tag. And then we will push. And let's take a look at the live site. It is not deploying. I'm okay to deploy this. It's not, again, we're just building this thing, right? It's not like a big release of whatever. We're just going to do it. So I use Forge. We will sign in. Okay. Here we go. Right. Let's we should remember to do this. This is npm run build. Let's also make sure that the git ignore doesn't have this, which it does. And let's run it again. I don't think that really matters, but adds built assets and deploy. Oh, that actually, nope, we just push and now it should deploy. We should see, I pointed with my finger like you guys, oh, you could see me right there. And we'll give that a hard refresh, and it's still not finding it, and that might be, well, let's see if it's working these files, because it might have not caught up. I know what I'm saying. That should have gone through. Public build assets. Okay, so updates assets again. Nothing to commit. Let's run another build. Let's get rid of all of this. Okay, okay. Something's weird with this. So first, let me check to see if we did an SSL. We did not. Let's do this first. Remember how it used to take forever to get an SSL installed? It used to cost so much money, and you had to do like emails back and forth with people, and it's crazy. Sending keys, all sorts of stuff. Okay, so that's not working. Not even sure why it's looking like this, to be honest. All right, let's check the environment to see if, yeah, we need to have HTTPS here. Save. Yes. Let's do another deploy. Also, let me check Cloudflare and see if it's got the proxies on. Okay, that should work. We can turn this off for now, just to see. It's redirecting. All right. I've had this issue in the past, so let's see if we can figure it out together here. Weird. So I think that Cloudflare is actually giving the proxy. You know what? I'm going to ask you guys. Do you know why it does this? I don't. So I had the SSL installed and it was giving me the redirect issues. And now that it is not installed, it seems to be loading just fine. Let me try like incognito first of all. And also like on a different browser. No issues. Fascinating. So we do not have a user. We did not seed the database with anything. So let's actually create let's create a user for myself and also like the roles, right? So let's go into database, seeders, database seeder, and we're going to create me. Shane Rosenthal, and the email is shane@laravelonline.com. We'll also have to get like SendGrid set up for emails, for live emails, right? Password. Oh, I think it's password by default, and we can do a password reset once we get the emails set up. So we need to add let's make a roles seeder. PA make seeder roles, role seeder. It's actually right here. And so we can say, let me check Spotty stuff real quick. Spotsy. That's what we want. We want two of them. We want role. So this is author. Import the model. This is author. And admin. And then actually what we would want to do is this, and then we will say Shane really equals user where email Shane assign role admin. That's what I want. And so this whole thing, the role seeder, will be here. Password. Okay. I think it's password. Let's try going to admin. Oh, how about I run the seed first? Dope. PHP artisan db seed. Maybe I need to do force. Okay, why did it fail? Maybe we don't need force. Do the output. Running. Faker factory not found in the database seed, or we don't want duplicates. So we'll do a migrate fresh, and then we will faker factory. All right, so that's here. So let's just do a user create. And then I don't need to look up the user again. Let's look at the user factors to make sure I have everything I need. All right, name, email verified. This is password. Two-factor, remember token, avatar URL, don't need any of that stuff. Okay. So password. is this. So let's upload again. We can use the same commit message and push. Now let's PHP artisan migrate fresh. So that'll just give us a brand new fresh database, no data. Because if I run the seeder again, it would add our categories again. We'd have duplicates, categories and tags. So what's taking so long, buddy? Shouldn't take that long. Migrate fresh, really? It's interesting. It's so weird. It might actually be timing out. Might be a 3-minute timeout. I wonder if there's a that's cool. So you do want to force it. So that shouldn't be timing out. I don't know why it's taking so long. Okay, it did time out. Oh, because it does need to be forced. Had it the other way around. Not sure what that was all about. Nonetheless. Force. So the reason to force that, so that you don't, so that you know. So we're just like kind of running this in the console, and we're not having access to interact with the console. And when you first run PHP Artisan Migrate Fresh, if your app environment for the your variable for the environment is production, then it's going to say you're in production. Are you sure you want to migrate? So since you can't interact with that, it just kind of sits there, and then eventually it times out. So when we say force, we say don't even ask me any questions, just do it, and that's what we did. So db seed force. Let's try that now, right? And let's see if that works. There we go. All right, so now we should be able to log in. Password. Page expired, of course. So the CSRF just was stale. Admin Shane at laravelonline.com and password. Hey, look at that. We should have categories. We do. And we should have tags. We do. And we don't have any articles. And we can go to our... We're not going to touch that. Let's test this. Now this is still, it's kind of using local still, and that's okay for right now, but we'll probably, we do need to update that. And then password, I'm going to change my password so you guys don't steal my website. Just kidding. Couldn't. You could never. And we'll save that. I think that will work. Let's update. Let's update. Not sure what you're doing there. We'll just refresh. Hey now. Let me log out and make sure that something strange happened. It's having issues with this. I'm not sure why. But let's log out. Let's make sure that the password has been updated. And it has. It's great. All right, we should work on setting this up with S3. We should do that. Now, part of it I'm going to have to like blur out or something because we don't want, I don't want to share my actual keys with you, but I do want to show you guys how this all kind of works. In the meantime, let's add one of my, well, I could do this one. Let's add this to the actual production website. So articles, create one. I am the author. Status is published. It is published today. Category, for now, we'll just put news. And this is like, I don't even remember what it was, to be honest. Blade. Something like that. For now, that's fine. Just so you know, these images, the way that that works is they're actually pulling from an S3 bucket. So when I created this initially, I put the images in an S3 bucket and put the links directly inside of my markup. So who are you? A validation story. Something like that. Also, let's see what Laravel news. Now, I'm not sure if I could use. This is still on the top. That's kind of crazy. Should ask him about this. It's like a month old almost. All right. So if I click here and I go to me, here's my author page. Those are my links. Yeah, I kind of like this image. Let's save this image. That's fine. Let's use this title. Actually, I like the title I have better, but we can use that image for the featured image. And for the meta description, I don't know if he adds anything actually. We'll just use this. We're gonna need a logo pretty soon. Create. Now we're not putting the, we're not adding the meta description anywhere, and we're not changing the title for the pages, but this should be published. This should actually be on the live website, and it's showing that it's not. Oh, okay. So we're having issues with this, with the images, all of the images. Storage. So that's probably why. We do want these to be public. We might need to link things together, link things up so that when you put it in storage, it's linked. It's the symlink basically into the public directory. We'll do that. We'll work on that stuff. Name on null. All right, so first of all, get me out of this. Category, article category name. All right, so it didn't say the category yet. So we're having issues. We're having some issues, folks. So we need some form validation. Yeah, so those two images didn't work, but the rest should. Right. Also, it looks like so this is like, this should be code, right? It should be getting started. Let's go to that spot. Getting started. So this should be like, this should be like inside of a pre, but it's only using one. I wonder if that's, all right, so let's try this. No, it's not though. Huh. Why is that? Let's go to, yeah, this should be like as code, right? So why isn't it? Is that from the config stuff that I used that package with? Because locally, everything was working just fine. Right, so why isn't that happening here? Okay, so let's see. We're using that Markdown plugin. So Spotty, Markdown. We're using this. Should be converted to this. And it is. I think it is. Yeah, it is. It is because we have like H1s and we have links and we have all that stuff. So it is converting it to the HTML. The code, though, I'm not even looking at the right stuff. Hang on. Markdown config file. So let's try PHP artisan config clear. Do you have to force that? No. See if there's any errors. Got a 404 in the images. I don't think that would break things. That's a doozy. Well, I just don't know this package very well, number one. Number two, we are having some of these other things. So maybe we take a minute and set up S3. I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to come back. We're going to do that. Let's do it. I've made two decisions. Number one, I'm going to set up Amazon S3 and show you guys how to wire the buckets up and get it hooked up for production, and so that we're using that for storing things. There's going to be a little bit of work there. Number two, I decided to ask you guys, what do you like better? So in the beginning of this whole video, I did not have one of my key lights on my face, and I just turned it back off to see what you think is better. And so if you could, please message me on Twitter, put a comment below, something. Let me know what you think is better, key light off or key light on. So I'm not sure what you prefer. I can also, I can change the tone of this color. I can change the volume, the brightness. So there's some options here, but I kind of liked the stuff where it's a little bit darker, but that's just me. I'm a dark mode kind of guy too. So that could be why. So very orange, warm, very cool, very bright, whoa, no. Sorry. It would just dim down a little bit. Anyway, so let's get going. I'm going to sign into my account on AWS, and I will tell you that honestly, I had issues for years with Amazon AWS. Just didn't understand any of it. I always just used DigitalOcean, which I still have a couple servers over on DigitalOcean. But I decided to tackle that head on. I can't remember exactly why. It might have been one of the companies I was working for. It might have been just something that I was using that I really wanted to use it for. But I took some time, and not only did I learn it and get better at it, but I also went through a Google Cloud, an AWS Cloud Practitioner course, and I got my certificate. It's expired. I think they last 2 or 3 years, and it expired a year ago, I think. But it gave me a lot of insight into how things work, and I got very comfortable with it. And I honestly, going back from where I was to where I am now, it really isn't that difficult. So I encourage you guys to, and I might do a course on AWS, how to set things up. What is IAM and what is S3, and how do you configure policies and stuff like that? I think that it's really, really a good, valuable skill to have, especially in these days. And it's trash day. So there's that. All right, so let's go to S3. We're going to create a bucket. And we're going to call this bucket. Now, buckets are, they're unique per region. So there's all sorts of servers throughout the world, or locations. I won't even call them servers. There are multiple servers in each location. US East 1, US East 2, which is I think in Ohio. 3's, I don't even know. Something in California maybe. I don't even know. They have some in Japan and Taiwan, all over the place, right? They're everywhere. For each one, each name is unique. So I'm sure there's not a Laravel bucket. You can't just have Laravel, right? I'm sure Taylor or somebody got this Laravel bucket. I'll try it. I'll give it a shot. We do not want to block all public access. So I'm just going through. These are you can skip most of this stuff. You can add some of this stuff in later, most of the stuff in later, all of it probably later. Bucket versioning, we're not going to enable versioning. What versioning is if I upload shane.jpg, right? And I upload shane.jpg again, but it's a different picture, it will overwrite that, and it will actually have a version. It'll store the older stuff. So you want to be careful with that, because if you're storing older stuff, you're going to be paying for that. It's not crazy expensive, but it depends. I mean, if you have big videos and stuff like that, it can get really expensive. And there's a couple things that you pay for when it comes to Amazon, you pay for, you usually don't pay to like use the tools. Tools are usually free. You pay for storage and traffic. So to have something just sitting there, and there's different storage tiers, cold storage, like if you're not going to touch it for like 7 years or something, like medical files, stuff like that, just put in cold storage, and it's going to be like, it's like 50 cents a year or something for like a gig or 10 gig or something. You know, it's like crazy cheap, right? But if you have a file that, and you're using it often, it's not that much more expensive. But if there's a lot of downloads, streams, etc., of that, like the traffic through the wire going to different people, then that's going to cost more money. We don't need any tags for this. I don't need advanced settings. And there's a couple things that I always kind of get wrong, and they did update. Yeah, see, that already exists. They did update some things as well. So we'll fail through this a little bit, but it'll be good. It'll be good practice. So I'm gonna make it Laravel Online. I'm sure that one's not taken. I'm pretty sure that one's not taken. It's not. Perfect. All right, so now we have a bucket. A bucket is just a folder. That's all that it is. It's just a folder. It's got a name, and that's it. So we have Laravel Online, and I did snag the native PHP one, right? I told you that they're all like, they are all unique per region, but I got the one for US East one, the native PHP. I don't think there's anything here that I'm worried about you guys looking at. Laravel Online. Okay, so here we go. So we'll create a couple folders. Actually, I don't think we even need to. We can do that from code. So what we're going to do for now is locally get this all set up with AWS locally, and then I'll switch it back to, I will switch everything back to local storage for local production when I'm working locally. Just keep everything on my computer, and then just make sure everything's working, put it up on production, clean everything out of the bucket, and set up the keys and all that stuff on production, and everything should be just working fine. So we have our bucket. Now, something that I think that a lot of people get confused about, or whatever, it is whatever, is IAM. So IAM is just, I don't even know what it stands for, to be honest. Authorization manager, access manager, internet access, I don't know. This is your users. That's really all that it is. Now, users can be, Forge can be a user, right? I can give Forge specific, and I think I did. I think I have a user called Forge that I use in Laravel Forge that's got its own tokens, its own keys, its own stuff. And that way, like, if... Interesting. All right, so a user can have console access, or it's just programmatic. Console is AWS. This is the console. What you're seeing here is the console, okay? So you can give a user, a person, access, and they have a password, and they can come to the website, they can log in, they can see things, they can do stuff. You can give them permissions to do or not to do certain things. However, there's programmatic access as well. And that's what a lot of my users are. It's just programs. So I'm going to create a user that all that they have the ability to do is access the bucket that we just created. And that's all. I will give them, initially, I'll give them full S3 access, which means that they can, that user, if you have those keys, they can do anything in S3. And that's usually where I leave that. And that's probably what I'll do, to be honest. You can restrict it to a per bucket basis. But we're going to name this Laravel Online. We'll just name it Laravel Online, because if I decide to use like a queue later and I'm going to use SQS, I want to use that same user and I can use the same keys. I just give it different permissions and now it can do SQS stuff. It's really cool. All right, so we don't want to give them console access, right? No console. So we'll go next. And I do have groups, so I can actually add them to my S3 full access group, which is great. That's just like a way to group things, right? Now we'll keep it like that for now. If I decide to do like an SQS ability later, then we can do that. But that would be a different group, because a group is like this whole group has access to certain things inside of AWS. I wouldn't say you belong to this group. maybe 2 groups. I'm not sure. Lots of noise outside. I really do apologize. All right, so we're going to put them in the S3 group, and that policy, that's what it's called. It's a policy. Is the Amazon S3 full access policy. So this group has S3 full access. So I'm just going to put this user in this group, and it's automatically going to have only S3, but full access to anything in S3. S3 is simple storage system. 3 S's. They really it sounds like crazy technical. It's really like very simple stuff. I promise. So I don't really do anything with tags typically. That's usually, I mean, you can do it for a lot of different things. If you have a really big organization, different billing structures, that kind of stuff. If you can't tell, my coffee's kicked in. All right, so now that I've got this, I'm going to add some markers here. I'm going to have to blur out or bleep out something here because I'm going to be getting my keys and I'm not going to recycle them. So I'm going to use these actual keys, but you just won't see them. So I'm going to go to my Laravel Online. Where is it? Here we go. And we're going to go to security credentials. Now where is it? Access keys. All right, the keys. All right, we're going to do its command line interface, I think. See, this has changed. Long-term credentials like access keys. All right, so you plan to use this access key to enable the AWS CLI. I don't know what under the hood, what we're using there. To enable application code running on, third-party service that monitors or manages your resources. That might be it. To enable an application running on an on-premises host. That's different. That's if you have like a server in your house or in your building where you work. You can actually use AWS services on that computer specifically, which is really cool. I think that it's third-party service, I think. If not, we'll change it. I don't want to do a description tag. All right, we're going to pause right here. All right, let's go ahead and create the access key. All right, the access key, that can be shown. Not too worried about that. And let's go into our .env. And there's already a place set up inside of Laravel apps for the AWS access key. And then the AWS secret, we'll see. AWS bucket is called Laravel Online. Cool. Now, let's go to our file system. And let's configure one of our disks. So we have this profile photos. It's using our local driver, but we want it to use our S3 driver. Now S3, if it's going to use our S3 driver, we need to include these things. All this stuff. Yeah, we'll just do, this is fine. Okay. AWS URL, I don't think is actually listed. So let's list it. We need the AWS URL for when we want to receive something from AWS S3. This is normally the region.service. I forget what it's like US East 1.s3.aws.com or something like that. But we'll get that in a second. I'll show you where to get it. All right. So we didn't get our whole key here. Let's get that. I will create a new key. So for now, I'm not worried about this. So we'll say done. And now we have the key and the secret, and we have everything we need here, and that's great. And there it is. And it's never been used. It was created 2 minutes ago. We have some data there on it. Great. So now that our file system is using the S3 driver and we've supplied some of this stuff, let's see if we can interface with it. So profile photos locally, we need to install this. So League Fly System, Laravel League Fly System. And it's version 3 that we need, which I think is the latest. There's a version 2 and a version 3. Yeah. Let's see. Let's go to the, I don't think GitHub's going to show us anymore. Yeah. All right. So hang on a second. It's probably just composer require League Fly System, but I think you have to specify, at least you used to have to specify v3. So there it is. With all dependency, a whole list here of things you have to do. All right, so let's composer require. Wait for that to finish. Now this is not going to work initially. Let's go to admin. And we are local, and you can see that the image isn't showing up here. But let's see if, let's just upload an image. And let's see what happens. I don't think this is going to work right away. We might have to play with the URL stuff. All right, so there's that. If we refresh, yeah, it's looking like it's not working still. So that's fine. Okay, so let's see where it's trying to get it from. Let's inspect. It's trying to get it. Oh, I put S2. All right, so let's see if it, all right, this is what we do. So I put that URL here and it's looking there for that image. I put S2 instead of S3. We can just replace that and see if that helps at all. It was a typo. I don't think that's the right URL anyway. So we're going to go back to S3 here. We're going to go into our bucket. We did not upload anything to it yet. So that's number one. So, and right, okay. So I also want to make sure that locally, all right, so it's just this for the avatar URL. So what we want is, number one, I think that it's actually, we're not telling it to use, we should be using that disk. Let's see. Let's go to our, this is where I want to look. Let's go to Filament. Actually, it's right here. Filament, Breezy plugin. Is there a way, are we specifying, all right, so storage URL. So we're not specifying the disk. We might not be specifying the disk. So let's go to user, profile photos, URL, or that. So let's just like die and dump this. And I think that it's, but how are we storing it actually? I wonder if we actually, I think under the hood, BreezyCore is got its own like file upload thing going on, right? And it's just doing this. It's not. All right. We're going to wait on that for a minute. I want to see, number one, let's close some of these. Let's close some of these down. We keep that open. We're going to close this. We're going to close this. I'm going to close this. And this. And this. This is good. Okay. A little better. So that's pulling the image. That stored it locally, because if I refresh, which I just did, and it's still showing, that means it's stored locally. Let's do something. Let's go into our storage. App. Profile photos. Let's delete these for now. Okay, why didn't you just delete all of them? Not sure. Additionally, something that I think we should do, actually, let's go. I know I'm kind of all over the place here, but it will make sense, I promise. Let's just like upload a file here, and then I'll show you why. Number one, we have to check permissions. Number two, I want the URL, and that will definitely help things. So add a file. We'll just upload this and just upload. Done. And here it is. And here's the URL. So we don't have access because things by default are not. Things by default are not public. They should be though. So I have to update that for sure. So our URL will be this. And that will go into that directory. So in file system, use path style endpoint. I've not used that before either. Path style endpoint. Let's say true for that, because I do want some things in like profile photos. The endpoint, that's also not set. So let's set up the endpoint. And let's do, it's not AWS endpoint. This is like, we want a file system endpoint. I'm sorry. We want a profile endpoint. And I think it's going to be this / profile photos. Yeah, some of this stuff's changed, but we're going to go through with it. We're going to figure this out. And this is profile endpoint. Visibility is public. Okay. So the next thing we need to do is we actually can go into this bucket's permissions, and we need to create a bucket policy. And that's just saying, look, this is you can set different types of, and I'm tripping over my words here. A policy is a list of rules for the bucket. So we can say we want to allow everything, which is what we're going to do. All actions. And the ARN So this is like just a generator. It doesn't know about the bucket, but the bucket has an ARN, which is this. It's a resource like identification number. And yeah. I don't normally do this way. Oh, that's right. That should be right. Because usually you have to put like your own bucket in, but it's done that for us. So we're going to paste this here. All right, so that's the bucket policy. So if we go back into our bucket, let's see if this has changed it. It did not. That was the wrong thing to push. All right, now we have this warning, which is what we want. Let's delete this. Let's try this again. We shouldn't have to do anything with this. And let's see. Cross your fingers. Still not working. Now, I almost did that again. I didn't though. I think actually we can say make it public. Make public using ACL. Why? Right. This is what I need to do. All right, so we want to... Is it because I uploaded it this way? This bucket has the bucket owner enforced setting applied for object ownership. Gotcha. That's why. All right, so we should have been able to see it though. Bucket ownership, object ownership. This is what we want. ACLs. The object writer remains the object owner. All objects in this bucket are owned by this account. Objects in this bucket can be owned by other AWS accounts. Now we want it. Unless you need, okay, so this is good. I acknowledge and object writer. Let's give that a whirl. Now let's see if we can make public. And we can make public. Great. Okay. Good. All right, so I think our bucket is set up now properly. Let's make sure, first we have to see if the Laravel, this BreezyCore thing is going to work for us by default or not. Let's get rid of this. Let's browse. Do a Betty Hill. And let's update. Let's check our bucket. I don't see anything new here. Okay. So let's try this. Avatar upload component. And this is the avatar URL. Disk is profile photos. Let's come back here and refresh. Okay. Why? So let's try this. Unable to check for league fly system. Download. No. I don't think we need local SSL. Good. I don't think we do. I fixed by doing the path style endpoint. All right, so let's update a couple things like one at a time in our env. So let's go, let's try that. Let's get rid of that for now. Okay, all right, that might, well, we'll see. Let's upload that. We'll update. Let's check our bucket. We got it. We got it. Cool. So still like loading here, but it is here. Okay, so this I wonder what that was using like under the hood. What disk name? If it's like just local or I think it did. I think it did a profile photos disk actually, but all right. So if we in our file system, if we do like for our endpoint, is it our endpoint or URL? So for this specifically, we want to specify a folder. Let's try like slash, nope, in our URL, slash profile photos. So we don't need the extra slash. Okay, let's see if that's gonna work. And I don't know why that's taking so long. So that's not found there because I think it's looking in that other one. Additionally, let's clear this out. Might need to be null. Okay, so good. All right. Let's browse. Let's upload. Let's update. Let's check our bucket. Now we should have a folder here. We do not have a folder. So we want to have a folder. So let's take a look at this real quick. Laravel S3 file system folder. Root. Root? Is that all you need? That'd be nice. So it looks like it's having no problem putting things up on the bucket. But it's pulling it down. It's having. So let's see if this put it in a folder. Did. Good. So we can delete all this stuff. Actions, delete. Permanently delete. Delete. Close. Now we have this profile photos and we have that there. Cool. And if I refresh, I am showing up here. For whatever reason, it's not showing up there. But let's try one thing real quick. Let's comment this out. Let's see if this is actually going to work for us or not. Browse. Do a completely different one. Let's see if this is going to the right disk. Update. And let's refresh and see if we have two items here. We don't. We do not. And so this is like always going local or something. I wonder. I would love to see if there's like a way to update the disk just for this. Okay. This might have gotten brighter. That's okay. Let's take a look in here. I think that there must be a way to extend. I'm hoping there's a way. To extend the bucket. Let's see what has avatars. Avatar upload component. I think that's what this is. So all this, all right, so this is interesting. So you can do like has avatars instead of this, and I think that will still work or not. Profile, sanctum tokens, two-factor auth. There's another way that we can maybe do this. So let me try, let's refresh. Let's right click and inspect this element. We might be able to get the disk name in here somewhere. File upload, data avatar URL. It is avatar URL. I'm sorry, that's the app for the avatar URL. We need the disk. Filament forms components file upload. How can we get the disk? It's the avatar URL on the data. Let's also look at let's look at the code real quick. This could solve all of our problems. All we need is the disk name. If we have the disk name, we can override the disk name. Maybe. This has avatars. If this has avatars, only filament Breezy get avatar upload component. Get avatar upload component. Okay, so that's not going to be here. Nope. Nope. Actions. Nope. Middleware models. Let's go up another one. I don't think this is at all what we want. I wonder if that's a filament. I wonder if that's on filament directly. Avatar. Get name for default avatar. No, this is. Nope. 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 All right, so I'm okay with the other thing. I'm okay with using this other avatar upload component. So for the avatar URL, we can specify the disk. The problem is why it's not loading. It's kind of breaking our profile page right now. Does that override that, I wonder? Nope. This is actually uploading. I put it in the bucket. It saves the right thing. The problem is this. So let's inspect this. The network. Let's refresh. All right, there's a CORS error. All right. Okay. We are getting there. So that's all that it is. It's a strict origin when cross origin. So let's check out S3 cores. We can go into, is it permissions? This is what we want. Now that we can, now we can edit this. So everyone can list and read. Let's see if that did it. It is still red. So let's ask ChatGPT. Let's do that. We haven't done that ever on here. Let's ask. Instead of Googling, let's AI it. How can I fix a CORS issue in Laravel for my AWS S3 image? Configure CORS. There's a CORS configuration. Adding a CORS. Right. So where do you add this? You can add the CORS configuration in your buckets properties. Use the right URL. Okay, that might be it. Name.s3, all right, your bucket name, I'm sorry. So let's try this. env. It wants bucket name.com / the path to your image. That's right. Okay. Clear the block. No, it's not browser cache. Your Laravel config. Test CORS. You can use a tool like curl. Clear Laravel cache. check web server config, check browser developer console. All right, so let's try this cores configuration stuff. Copy that. And I do think that there's a way to do this in AWS. That's the bucket policy. We're allowing everything to do anything. Says nothing there. Access control. Of course. Look at that. All right, when we can make the allowed origin, can we make it star? Just star? Let's see. Okay, got a cores issue again. All right, so, oh, look, must be valid JSON. JSON. Oh, so let's ask ChatGPT. Can you convert this to JSON, please? What did we do before AI? All right, so let's get a sample of an AWS S3 cores example. Wait a minute. And how's this different? It's different. Okay, it took it that time. Let's refresh. Hey, look at that. High five. Ugh, that's cool. That's great. So now that we've got that, we can do different file systems for different use cases. So what I mean by that is, say we want all of our maybe we want all of our article images to do the same thing, just a different articles. We can just change this to articles. And then inside of our articles resource, this file upload, we will say disk is articles. And then if we have an article and we have an image, we can upload the image. It's uploading. Save changes. And let's check the bucket. And let's refresh. We have our articles folder and we have the article image. So now it's going to be pulling from S3. So we're not taking up our internal resources. It's actually a lot cheaper than you would think. And they've added some more security here for sure. And I will give you that. That was a little bit more than it would be to set up somewhere else. However, in the long run, to take a few extra minutes, and now that you have this resource and you can see everything I made a mistake on, and you can just, actually I should just make a short on how to do this, right? So cool. I'm going to leave it there for now. Actually, let's get it set up on the live site. So, and then when I'm off camera, then I will update my AWS secret. So let's do ga dot get commit m adds S3 support for profile photos and article images. Cool. We're going to push. We're going to go to Forge. We're going to go to Laravel Online. We're going to go to our environment. We're going to find this and replace it. And we'll save. And we'll deploy. And then we'll test. So Laravel Online.com. Let's go to admin. Let's go to articles. Let's test this out first. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? We don't have CSS working. I wonder why. Might it be let's actually tap into the database real quick and clear that. Actually, we'll just do a fresh database and a fresh seed commands, seed force, run. I'm sorry, migrate fresh first and then seed. And now we should not have any articles, and we're not even logged in. Okay, so we are Shane at laravelonline.com. The old password is just password. We'll update that. Let's go in here. This will be our first test, I suppose. All right, CSS is working better. That's good. Let's upload. We'll go with this super suave looking fella here. Okay, we got an error. We got a 413, payload too large. That might be, was it 2 meg? 2 meg? It might be on the server, actually. Let's see, maybe it's in PHP. Aha, I think this is why. We'll say like 5. Let's try it. Because it does, all right, that makes sense. It's uploading it to the server first. I think by default it's not that big, obviously. The server's holding that file temporarily before it pushes it up. So that makes sense. Now, Let's go to our article. We're just going to make like a really simple, dumb one. CSS is loading. That's great. Status. We will update this. Test. None of that matters really. It didn't hold the category, which I'm still like ticked about, but. And then let's check the. All right, so this is not pulling. No, that worked, but this didn't pull from the right disk. So actually, let's go back to our grid. And inside of here, we should have a way to we should abstract this to an image. So we should be able to article get featured image. And on our article, we'll have a public function, pub get featured image. And this would return, no, we can include this, we can import it, I mean. And the disk is articles. And it's this. And so we can say, we could have like a fallback, a default, whatever, but we already made it required. So this featured image URL, yeah. If not, then just empty, but we could put like a fallback, right? String as a return type, and that's right. Let's update and git commit. Message is update article featured image. And actually, we'll do that. We'll just keep the same commit message. But if we go to our actual article that is in the display, we're going to do the same thing here. The article get featured image. So add, commit, push. Wait for the purple to go away. So this should turn purple up here. In a moment, we might be on the wrong site. We are. Then it's probably done. So let's give it a whirl. Nope. All right, so for whatever reason, this is still going to, let's go inside, get filament avatar URL on null. Okay. All right, so a couple little issues here. Not sure why. Get filament avatar URL. Why is it even? Oh, yeah, that's funny. So we actually have a route called test, and the slug for this one's called test. All right. J. Commit cleanup, and then push. We could also just edit the slug, right? That's strange. All right, so interesting. I'm gonna change this. Let's go back here. Let's change this. So test title. That changes the slug. Be nice to have a button here to take you to that, to like preview it. That'd be something nice to add anyway, right? Like preview before it's published, that kind of stuff. Look what's working. Wonderful, wonderful. And there it is. Great. All right. Stay tuned. Lots more to build, but I hope this kind of tickled your fancy a little bit and show you a little in depth of like starting an application from basically nothing to something. And yeah, stay tuned. Lots more to come. Thanks for your time.